All right, good evening, everyone. It is the 11th of October, 2022, and we are here for our monthly work session of the Athens-Clarke County Mayor and Commission. We have 5 items on the agenda tonight. We'll be hearing from Jeff Hale, our Human Resources Director, about the insurance contracting process. We'll be hearing from Hattie Whitehead and Dr. Jerry Shannon regarding work of the Athens Justice and Memory Project. We'll be getting an update on the Advanced Behavioral Health ARPA request from Tammy Conlin. We'll be talking about the Space Modernization Project, follow-up from last month, and in another follow-up item, hearing the newest iteration of the Hickory Street parking deck opportunity adjacent to the Classic Center. So I'm going to turn it over to Blaine to introduce the first item.
Thank you, Mayor. And on insurance and contracting, as y'all know, there's been, I think, questions from commissioners about what the process is, what the timing's involved. We know that we've awarded a lot of money in the last couple of years to entities large and small. There's insurance requirements. The insurance and risk field is very dynamic. And so we felt like it might be helpful just to talk about generically and not about any one particular thing, case tonight, but talk about the insurance and contracting process for your reference and benefit. And we have several folks with us tonight, and I appreciate Jeff Hale pulling this together, and Mr. James Westbury from GMA, who a healthy amount of respect, long-term working relationship there. So thanks for being here tonight, James, and Jeff, have you kick it off.
Okay. Thank you, sir, and good evening, everyone. We appreciate the opportunity to talk with you tonight and listen to any questions you have. We're going to go a little bit out of order from what this slide says. We're going to start with Mr. Westbury. He's going to provide us with some overview of contractual requirements, how GERMA and Lockton fit in with ACC Gov and the risk management team. And then the manager's going to walk us through a little bit of a high level over the overall RFP and contracting timeline. And then I'll speak to the specific box that is the safety and risk review of contracts and insurance to finish that up. But first, I'd like to go ahead and cede the floor to Mr. Westbury. James Westbury is the GERMA, which is Georgia Interlocal Risk Management Agency, Property and Liability Claims Manager, and Coverage Counsel for GMA, which is the Georgia Municipal Association. He holds BBA and a Juris Doctorate from Georgia State and an MBA from the University of Georgia, go Dogs. He has received his CPCU designation from the American Institute of Chartered Property Casualty Underwriters. Prior to his current role with GMA Risk Pool, Mr. Westbury had been an attorney in the private practice for 24 years, representing the GMA pool members as defense counsel, serving as outside coverage counsel to GMA. He lectures frequently to municipal officials and employees on issues pertaining to government liability and insurance coverage, and has provided training nationally to police executives and attorneys on law enforcement liability claims. He served on the Griffin-Spalding County Board of Education for 2 terms, lest you doubt his toughness. So with that, I'll hand this over to Mr. Westbury.
Thanks, Jeff. I don't think it was nearly as hard to be on a school board when I was on there as it probably was for the last couple of years. I appreciate the opportunity to come in and address you tonight. I will give you a little bit of background in my role and Lockton's role in the process. The Unified Government is a member of the GERMA program. GERMA is the largest public entity pool in the state of Georgia. We have around 385 active members right now in the pool. We insure about 65 to 70% of Georgia cities because the unified government is combined consolidated city-county government. It could go to either the county pool or GERMA, and thankfully is participating in the GERMA pool. We deal with just about any kind of issue that you can deal with. We issue a package policy that the unified government participates in, which covers general liability, E&O, which includes your employment, auto, and your property coverages, also includes cyber coverages as well. So we have a broad waterfront in which we, experience risk and loss with cities. GMA administers the GERMA program. but we work with outside contractors. We have Gallagher Bassett Services as our third-party claims administrator, and Lockton is the group that contracts with us to help administer our program. They provide underwriting services. They work with members when they're going to add coverages, modify their coverages, add property on their schedules. And as the coverage counsel and claims manager, I interact with Lockton on pretty much a daily basis. I will make coverage decisions that affect any GERMA member, but when members are looking at a project they're going to undertake or an activity, or they're looking at a relationship, a lot of times the first step is for them to call Lockton and check on the insurance requirements. A lot of times Lindsay and Megan, who are the two you deal with at Lockton, will reach out to me and we'll kick it around and communicate with the member and talk about what the appropriate contractual, requirements are going to be for a contractor or a bid recipient or anybody that's going to have a relationship with one of our members. And it's important because we want to make sure that the structure is appropriate, because even though we're basically a government insurance pool, if we pay claims or incur claims expenses, yes, it's an insurance pool, but ultimately that gets reflected in your premium, your loss experience, and it comes back to you. And if the insurance is not structured properly, we might not participate on that higher secondary level. We may end up having to pick up at the primary level and share the responsibility where we're not supposed to optimally, or if the other insurance is not in place or is not sufficient, we may come in and have to actually pick up a claim. And some of these things sound academic, but they're not. We've got a claim right now in the inventory that's a Boy Scout sexual abuse case. And as you know, the Boy Scouts are in bankruptcy. Well, guess who's defending that claim for the city? We are, because we were the chartering organization through a fire department, even though the Boy Scouts had an agreement with us to indemnify GERMA and hold it harmless on that claim. GERMA's the one that's actually having to pick through it. So if an organization as large as the Boy Scouts can have something like that happen, there's no organization that's too big or too small to have to, look at these requirements when you look at any specific situation. So let's talk through this process. Help me out, Jeff. There we go.
Go one more.
One more.
There, that's your
Okay.
presentation.
Okay. I'll talk in the third person about Lockton because I'm not with Lockton. We work with Lockton. The team at Lockton used to be at Willis Towers Watson. The people there have worked with GERMA since it was set up in 1987. They have a long-standing relationship, have a great relationship with our cities. Lockton is the largest private insurance broker in the world. Lockton and GERMA have a partnership that goes back to 1987. GERMA started back in the 80s whenever it was impossible for local governments to get insurance in the commercial market. You saw a trend across the country where municipal and county leagues would set up insurance pools to help deal with the hard market. The current Lockton team that's been there, I think the relationship goes back to 87, but the current people in the program have been there for, I think, 15 years. Lindsay Albright came out of Georgia and has worked in the GERMA program since the early 2000s. They handle day-to-day claim administration, underwriting, rating, contract review, certificate issuance, reinsurance placement, ancillary line placement, and more. They're the ones when we have to add somebody as an additional insured, or it require that somebody be added as an additional insured. We'll make sure that that process is done right and that it's structured properly. Lockton functions as an insurance broker and provides value to GERMA through coverage resource experts, property casualty, cyber, actuarial, environmental, claims advocacy, legal insurance experts, and so forth. And they work with GMA, our loss control, LGRMS, and our TPA, Gallagher Bassett, to bring value to our members. This is a Lockton slide, but it's the very basics of a contract. There are three types of contract: written, implied, or express. A contract can be written or oral. It can be implied where the details are assumed, or it can be expressed when there are specific terms. Insurance contracts and contracts that require that an additional insured be required are written contracts and have to be in writing for the coverage requirements to generally apply. The standard insurance requirements that are going to be required in a contract are general liability. That's for most of your bodily injury and property damage claims to third parties. Commercial auto, if you have people transporting people around in a grant or in a situation where you've contracted with someone to do that. Workers' compensation, if you have people who are employees of a contract or a grant recipient, they're required by law to provide disability and medical insurance to people who are their employees. Umbrella and excess insurance is insurance that sits on top of the general liability, auto and employer's liability, where there are higher limits of coverage required, typically above $1 million. And professional liability insurance is required sometimes when you have services of accountants, attorneys, engineers, and so forth, where they may commit errors and omissions. And that could come up where you have like an architectural contract, when you're going to have a construction contract, and you'll put those requirements in there to make sure that there's sufficient coverage. Other types of coverage commonly requested: property, that's where you have damage, what we call first party claims to your property. Builder's risk is where you'll have construction projects under construction. Now, under your GERMA coverage, you have built-in $500,000 worth of builder's risk, but in the modern era, that's not going to be sufficient for hardly any kind of construction project you're going to have. We had a storm happen down in southeast Georgia earlier this year, and there was a doctor's office that a city had that they had leased out to a medical group that was on our schedule for $300,000, and it was destroyed. Not a very big building. It may not have been as big as this room, but it's going to cost $900,000 to replace that. So the $500,000 worth of builder's risk is not going to be sufficient. I tell you that to emphasize that you need to have adequate amounts of insurance. And what we're going to talk about later are sort of the minimal requirements of insurance. As you go with bigger projects where there's more exposure, more likelihood that you can have somebody injured, or the injuries or the property damage could be more substantial, you may want to have higher limits. Crime coverage is the type of coverage where you have somebody steal assets of the unified government. The GERMA coverage contains $500,000 of crime coverage. Cyber coverage is something you hear a lot about now that you've got hackers who come in and take over your system. GERMA provides a base amount of cyber coverage in the coverage form, up to $250,000, but members are able to purchase higher amounts. And of course, you have environmental and pollution liability coverages that you can buy optionally. Standard insurance requirements that you'll have in a contract. You will typically, if you have somebody that you're going to have a contract with who's going to provide services to the unified government or going to receive money, you typically will require them to have insurance at a certain amount. But it's not just the dollar amount of the insurance. You'll have them add the unified government as an additional insured. This is important because if you are an additional insured, if a claim is tendered or a claim is asserted against you, you will be able to go against that carrier's insurance. They will step in. Even if there's no liability, they'll provide the defense. If you get a claim in, even if it's the most defensible claim in the world, there's still going to be some loss experience with that because we have to pay the defense cost of that. If you're on the endorsement of another insurance company as an additional insured, you are actually a third-party beneficiary of that contract, and you stand in the shoes basically of the insured. The second thing you want to have in a lot of these contracts is that the additional insured status be primary and non-contributory. That means that, let's say you require $2 million of insurance. Let's say the unified government maintains say $1 million in liability coverage. If it's primary and non-contributory, that means that the contractor's insurance is going to apply first. And until that $2 million is exhausted, GERMA does not come into play. If you don't do that, what will happen, if they sit at the same level, they will have to participate pro rata based on the amount of limits in the policies. So if it's not primary and non-contributory, it creates a situation where your insurance is going to have to come in and help defend a claim and potentially settle a claim at the same time your contractors is as well. Waiver of subrogation. Subrogation is where you'll have somebody does something and creates damage to property. Let's say your property is damaged, and subrogation is the right of the insurance carrier to come back and assert a claim against the at-fault party. A lot of times what you'll do is have a waiver of subrogation clause that's in the contract, and what that means is once the insurance companies work that out, nobody's going to subrogate against anybody else. The key thing is that you've got to put that in the contract at the beginning, or at least before the claim arises, because the waiver of subrogation language typically is not going to be enforceable unless it's agreed to before the claim occurs. The other thing that you'll typically require is if you're going to have an insurance requirement, the insurance cannot be canceled without your prior notice to you. So if you have a contractor or a grant recipient that has an additional insurance requirement, they've got to keep that insurance in place until you receive notice of that. And as an additional insured, that's going to give you the right to receive that notice, so they can't let the coverage lapse without letting you know that. And finally, the AM Best rating is typically required for carriers to make sure that if somebody comes in with an insurance policy, that it's suitable and with a strong enough company so that if a claim arises, that the insurance will be there. Contract review is extremely important, and even if you talk to people who are lawyers that don't deal with contracts of insurance routinely, they will tell you that you need to have experienced insurance professionals review your contracts. People have different expertise in the legal world, and you need to have people who have specific insurance, expertise to look at your contracts to make sure that you've got the language and that it's structured properly, because people who don't do this all the time might miss stuff. Whenever a contract is entered into, the review of contractual insurance requirements typically occurs by your risk management team before the contract is executed, and it's imperative to do that to make sure that ACCG is adequately protected. The contract review makes sure there's a clear understanding of responsibility before the arrangement is entered into to avoid a conflict that might happen in the event of a claim. Adhering to review for all contracts eliminates uncertainty around what ACC Gov requires of its vendor and contractor third parties. Consideration is given to whether a limit is based on the type of project is and its risk. So for some arrangements, you would have a minimum threshold, but if you're going to build, a $100 million building, you would have higher insurance requirements that are appropriate to the scope of the project. This ensures that third parties are adequately funded, and it ensures that third parties are able to obtain standard limits and they have a favorable loss experience that gives you some comfort going in there. It establishes basically an objective level that you can apply apples to apples with everybody that comes in that you're dealing with. What are the risks to ACC Gov if the third-party requirements are not adequate? In other words, what if exceptions are made to accept less than the standard requirement? This could cause reputational risk. And this is not really the kind of risk that you're thinking about when you enter into contracts with people and you come up with contract requirements, but you're really thinking about having a resource that's going to be available in the event of a claim, so that you have financial capacity so that that comes back on somebody that's not the unified government. The reputational risk is something that you need to think about, because if you had a bad situation come up and you waived those insurance requirements, so you had lower requirements, and it did come back on the unified government, or it came back, it's not just the unified government. If it came back on somebody that's an employee of the unified government, because if the unified government is an additional insured on an insurance policy, if not just the unified government got sued or named as in a lawsuit, but what if one of your officers, what if your employees got named as a defendant in a lawsuit? If there's additional insured status under that contract, the other carrier is going to come in. If for some reason that didn't happen, that's going to come back on the unified government. And that would require the unified government to participate in that and potentially have responsibility. If you're going to have different requirements for persons and groups, it could set up the unified government to be accused of discrimination against groups. And I came up with this slide. If you're going to have different requirements, you're going to relax the requirements. You could have people come in and say, you're discriminating against me based on my viewpoint. That's a First Amendment claim. You could have people come in and say, well, you're providing insurance to this group but not this group, and we've got a freedom of association. That's another First Amendment claim. What if you waive the requirements for the Methodist church but not the Baptist church? You relax it for one but not the other. If you don't have uniform requirements, you potentially violate the Equal Protection Clause and the First Amendment of the Constitution, because you're treating similarly situated people differently without having an objective basis to do that. And once you get into the area of religious organizations, you're probably dealing with what they call strict scrutiny under the U.S. Constitution, and it's going to be very hard, or race or religion is going to have to withstand strict scrutiny under constitutional analysis. The other thing is practical. If you don't have immunity that's going to apply, uninsured and underinsured claims of a third party could become the responsibility of ACC Gov. And what that's going to result in is claims going on your insurance, or claims that the unified government's going to have to pick up, and it's going to increase your claim experience. If you successfully defend a claim, it's still going to result in increased claim expense to the unified government, which ultimately is going to come back to the taxpayers. And this last requirement is really the issue you have to think about. If you create exceptions to the contract requirements that have been established, it's going to create a situation where the next person that comes in is going to expect those requirements to be applied to them. And it creates a slippery slope. The reason we work to come up with some basic contract requirements is based on what the industry standards are for the risk that the unified government is undertaking when it's dealing with third-party contractors and bid recipients. If you relax those for anybody, unless you can justify that, it's going to create an expectation with the next party that comes in here that those are going to be the requirements that are going to apply to them. And that's something that you really need to think about, because it can create not just a slippery slope, it can create a claim that you have to deal with. Because the reason you have the insurance requirements to begin with is to make sure that there's a resource over here, so that if you have third-party claims, you've got something other than ACC Gov's dollars that are going to respond to that. Well, if you go too far over here and you relax those requirements, you create a different kind of liability for ACC Gov that's more of a direct liability that's not tied to some third party being injured, but it's tied to parties who are trying to do business with the unified government who might have some type of First Amendment or 14th Amendment equal process claim. Jeff, I'm going to give it to you there.
Could I ask a quick question?
Yeah, other questions for Mr. Westbury?
Yes. How typical are these First Amendment claims? I mean, how often are these sorts of things actually made? Is this we're talking about this being a risk. Is this a common occurrence or a rare occurrence?
That is a great question. And the question is, how frequent are these claims? I deal with large volumes of claims because I deal with large numbers. We deal with, 70% of the cities in Georgia. And I would like to tell you that these sorts of claims are infrequent, but they're really not. If I tell people a lot of times, when I'm telling them about different claims we've got in our inventory, some of this stuff you can't make up if you try. It's too crazy to be real. So we end up with insuring all these cities and government entities in Georgia with all sorts of claims that you would have a hard time imagining. This is not that far out of the box. It's not that hard to think about. You have different people who are, I know this has come up in the context of grant recipients. You got people who you're going to give money to, and if you're treating one group different than the other, people file lawsuits all the time. And if they do, they're going to come in and challenge you. They're going to, as a government entity, you're going to be subject to a lawsuit under Section 1983, which is where you sue a state actor for violating somebody's constitutional rights. So you have a claim that comes up, say, under the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment. They would simply come in, or under the First Amendment, they'd come in to federal court here in Athens, file suit against you, and if their rights are violated, you're responsible not just for whatever money they lost, but for their attorney's fees in bringing the action. And in a jurisdiction like Athens-Clarke, now you're one of our two largest members in our pool, it's not hard at all to imagine that you would draw a federal claim if somebody perceived themselves to be discriminated against. So I don't think that's hypothetical or academic. I don't think that's that unlikely if you had somebody that felt like they got in the short end of the stick because of, they were treated differently, that you could draw a lawsuit. And I know nothing about the politics up here or what's going on other than what we deal with in helping you with your programs. And we consult with Julie and Jeff and your staff on pretty much a daily basis and try to work with you, but I don't know what the politics are up here. I just know you're a large jurisdiction, and it's not outside the realm of possibility or likelihood that if you had different requirements for different parties that you might draw a federal lawsuit. Yes, ma'am.
I was wondering I think it's slide number 10. If you could, I think it's 10.
Let me see if I can go back to that. Okay.
Okay, yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
The standard insurance requirements, and it's real clear cut. So if the additional insured and the primary non-contributory piece, if we have that ability as a local government to offer that to a contract or add that to a contract. I just want to...
No.
No.
Your question, if I understand it, could we add somebody on as an additional insured to the Unified Government's insurance?
Yeah, maybe I am asking that. I'm wondering, again, I think when you said it, let me let you answer it, then maybe I'll go, and yeah, please.
Let me tell you, the way I heard your question, this may not be what you intended.
Right.
Y'all, you have coverage or an insurance contract with us. So you have like an insurance policy. We call it a member coverage agreement. The Unified Government has coverage for its operations with GERMA. So if we're going to contract with another party, can we offer them an additional insured status under the GERMA coverage?
I think that's what I'm asking.
Okay, and the answer is we cannot. And the reason we cannot is because the interlocal risk management agencies are set up by statute. There's one for cities, one for counties, and one for the school boards. And we can insure for the risks of a city, county, or school board. Like we can insure for the risks of a city or a unified government that involves a city. But we don't have the ability to insure another party, a private party.
With,
Yes,
with
it's got
it,
to it's
okay.
got to be a governmental entity or an employee or
I got you.
something that's affiliated with a government entity. So we cannot do that.
Okay, and the next I think you mentioned one of the negatives is reputation. If we get into suits, then, we get in trouble. That just doesn't look really good.
It could. It's not my area of expertise, but it could be. I'm a lawyer and insurance guy, but there would be some reputational exposure if something happened like that.
So if we are in a contractual agreement with someone or organization that is trying to get this additional insurance. What am I trying to say? Because I'm trying to do this if we're working in good faith with a nonprofit and they do not understand or have not the right insurance, and they run a program month after month after month, even though we know they're trying to get the insurance, whose responsibility does that fall back on? I mean, once we start getting their monthly reports, to me, there is some type of nonverbal communication, because you can't go back retroactive, right? I mean, if somebody gets the insurance 6 months later, they can't go back the first 6 months, right?
Right. Insurance is normally not written that way. This would be where I would see the reputational risk. Let's say the unified government allows somebody to come in who, and I know we're talking about like sexual abuse and molestation coverage.
Yeah.
So if you get these claims, they're going to be serious claims. If you establish this requirement so that you've got an adequately funded grant recipient or contractor to do business here in Athens-Clarke, and let's say you relax that requirement and something bad happened, and you've got somebody that's not adequately insured for the claim that's presented, that would
Right.
that would reflect badly on the unified government, in
Right.
my opinion, because you would relax the requirement. Because we all know a lot of people and we think the best of them, but if we didn't have insurance claims, I wouldn't have a job. So if people do things they shouldn't do, and what we try to do is just establish, what's objectively speaking, what is the best level at a minimum level, that if we want to have people engaging in certain activities, businesses, projects, whatever, where do we set that limit so that they're adequately resourced and funded in the event of a claim, that we feel good to the citizens of Athens-Clarke that we've been responsible and made sure that our contract or our grant recipient has the resources or the backing of an insurance company that we'd like to see in the event of a claim. And that's where I'm coming from, just in terms of reputational risk. And if you had somebody that was like woefully underfunded, it would present a real issue in terms of reputation, and potentially could come back on your coverage through GERMA. It's like that Boy Scout claim. Boy Scouts is huge, but they're in bankruptcy now. So we're having to deal with that claim, and it's been going on for years. We've been having to pay lawyers, and we hope someday it's going to be resolved, but ultimately the responsibilities come back on the city's carrier, because the Boy Scouts, don't have the financial wherewithal to meet all those claims that we're
I totally
asserting.
get it. And so my next question is to Manager Williams. This seems probably very beneficial and educational for me. I learned a lot here. So my next question is, is it GERMA?
It's GERMA.
GERMA. Whoever is reviewing our contracts and our processes, do we have folk that, first of all, how many people do review our contracts? How many people do we have looking at our contracts? And do they have this expertise of sharing this information? Because we know that we've had similar situations in the past. So how many people do we have looking at contracts reviewing? Is that just to the attorney's office? And what expertise do they have and knowledge as far as government? Are they getting certified like other people, or are they just in a position doing the best they can?
This is a great question, and if you can be patient with me, the latter part of this presentation walks you through, we're trying to start here and then come down to a finer point in the process by which our insurance is recommended and the contracting happens. Jeff Hale's going to walk us through some slides, and then if we still haven't answered your questions, glad to answer them then.
Thank you.
I've got a couple more. Allison?
Yeah, and I apologize if this is coming down the road as we funnel into more details. But when you're talking about the third-party level of coverage that we might have in a request for proposal, if we wanted to evaluate it and see that maybe our best minimum level could be lower to allow people the ability to actually get the coverage or afford the coverage. Let's just say that we assessed, went through it, just like I would go through and change the deductible in my household, or something like that. If we changed that, what you call it, if we reduced or relaxed it, would we have to then go back to projects and people who have that higher one and say, oh, now we've relaxed it, now you also could pay less for a lesser, is snowball effect if we were to change something?
It creates the situation where if you had someone in the past who was denied because they couldn't meet the insurance requirement, or you had somebody who, let's say, they got the higher requirement, but they had to pay more to get that higher requirement, they would, potentially have a claim because you had applied a different standard to them. And when I'm a lawyer and I'm a claims guy. If you want to talk about claims and what cases are worth and what it costs, I'm great with that. I'm great looking at contracts because I've got the legal training. But in terms of establishing what those minimum requirements are, the broker is your best resource for that because they deal with that.
Right.
And they know what the market's like. They know what's an appropriate level of insurance. So that's why and it was a great question you asked about who all do you have looking at this. I know you've got your county attorney, you've got your insurance broker that we work with. They call me, so we've got a team looking at these things, and that's a great resource. But if you went back retroactively and or prospectively, I guess if you went back retroactively and reduced that limit, you might have other people who say, "Well, I spent extra money because, I would have gotten that lower limit, and it would have cost me, $10,000 less to get the lower limit than what I had to purchase to meet your minimum insurance requirement."
Right. So it does seem like it's more complicated than just reviewing and seeing what we do moving forward. It does affect previous
if you go back,
rounds of it that we've already established. Okay. And I think I'm probably going to learn more that's going to help me process
okay,
it.
and I'm
Thanks.
Any other questions?
No.
And I'm here. I know Jeff.
One more. Yeah, got one. Thank you, sir. My question is, since you mentioned grant recipients, so we do these CDBG stuff. It requires a lot of insurance for different folks. Some of the folks work with get federal grant dollars as well. So, in their standard, it just seems this may be the answer, a question for the broker, but the federal requirements seem to be a little bit easier for insurance purposes than our local requirements do. Is that do you, in working with communities across Georgia, have you seen, are there various standards for each different community about what they want to require their grant recipients to have?
This is the only government that we've had to really address questions about, because y'all receive, like, ARPA money. I know that's where a lot of this comes in. There's a large chunk of money due to the pandemic. We don't deal with this a lot with, bid recipient, on grants. But the constitutional principles that apply just to government, to state actors apply. And I don't know what the federal government is a whole different kind of bureaucracy, and they may have, I'm sure they do have different requirements that are set somebody else by, an agency somewhere.
I guess I'm trying to figure out, and this may need to be directed to somebody else, about some benchmarks that we could look towards, like, tell me, with CDBG dollars go to Savannah, Augusta, all those over 50,000 plus people. I'd like to see some benchmarks about what their insurance requirements are for the CDBG dollars. And my second question is this: so when we have contractors that are building the Classic Center or building us a new runway, are those contractors subject to the same contractual insurance requirements that we require nonprofits to be under?
Those may be higher actually, because this is like your minimal requirements. If you're building a $100 million building or doing some work on the
Right, it's gonna
Classic
be
Center,
higher.
it's gonna be appropriate to the scope of the project. Because if you're dealing with a $100 million project, a $2 million insurance requirement's not gonna be sufficient. And that's again where a broker is gonna be helpful, because they look at construction projects and deal with builders' risks and deal with other, and they can tell you that, so that it's always got to be scaled to the exposure that you're looking at.
Or to the activity and
Yes.
such a.
With respect to the Classic Center, because of the project was over $1 million, we had multiple conversations with Lockton regarding how much insurance we needed. And they actually reviewed the contract language to make sure it was sufficient. So, and that was implemented, that communication is instigated by the risk management department, which they'll talk about the review process, but yeah, it is a process that every contract goes through.
Okay. And I guess, Judd and Blaine, this whole conversation started because of questions about nonprofits and the insurance requirements for them. So I think it would be helpful for me, and if not others, if we could see some benchmarks about what other cities require for their insurance, some differences and similarities about what they require. Cities that also receive the CDBG and ARPA dollars in the same ways that we have.
And I understand and totally appreciate the question. What Mr. Westbury said was, I think, very important, because what would be simple if we could come up with some schedule of coverages, predictable, handed out to folks. But the insurance and risk is so dynamic that it's really on a case-by-case basis.
Well, I understand that, but there's obviously some cities that have a different approach than we do, and I'd kind of like to see, some may be harder, some may be easier, but I'd like to see what they do.
For minimal coverage
For
requirements?
minimum coverage requirements.
But it would be particular to that scope or activity.
Well, I guess, when we talk about CDBG dollars, I'm specifically talking about CDBG dollars in those cities that receive those, and what insurance they require for those recipients of those dollars and the ARPA dollars. Because
Entitlement communities. and
Right, 'cause-
Case studies.
Right.
Understanding that programs are going to be different from Augusta to Macon to Savannah to Athens.
And
Well-
it would be dependent, so said another way, we could have a CDBG, two nonprofits have this in common. They both have CDBG dollars.
Right.
But one does housing counseling and one runs a youth program. So they're going to have different requirements, just from the get-go.
Well, I imagine most communities do the same sort of activities we do with CDBG dollars. So,
Okay.
So,
we could pick like an audit of sorts, and
Right.
I use that term in, like, all right, if it was a housing counseling, what would Savannah require for that? What would Macon require for that?
right.
That's
Or
what
if they're
you're
messing with, or dealing with children,
Yes,
what would the requirements be for that?
okay.
So,
Follow up with you.
And I guess the work session is designed to have solution suggestions, like Commissioner Hamby's just saying, what we could do. But we work with a lot of nonprofits, and some of them get the insurance with no problem whatsoever, and others struggle. And I think others struggle because maybe just don't know where to go or have the wrong one. Can we make a list for other nonprofits that have gotten insurance these companies provide or could, we ain't promising, so we could direct people instead of leaving folk in the wilderness trying to find it? We've been doing this for a minute, so we should know who is kind of doing whatever. Could we do that, especially for some of these fledgling nonprofits, to create a list of insurers, maybe working through the brokers, that would be a map for some new nonprofits that are trying to get into the arena?
Well, and Judd, one analogy that I have here, sometimes, for instance, we'll have a resident that comes and says to our building inspection department, can you give me a list of recommended contractors? And in the past, we have shied away from that because we don't want to recommend one business over another as a government, and certainly as a permitting agency. I want to be helpful, Commissioner Thornton. I mean, perhaps we could go through some pre-qualification process, RFP, to identify a universe, but for us just to recommend some that, you know, and not give the opportunity for others. I know that sounds difficult, but it's the whole fairness. Why would we recommend some and not others? So
I wouldn't say recommend. I just think it should be part of the application process, whether somebody has insurance or not. And if we had 10 folks, if we did business with State Farm and whoever else, they're just there because they gave service to somebody else. Now, how we do it, or how your staff does it, I know that's I'm not trying to micromanage. I'm not trying to do the day-to-day. I'm just saying that some people need a little bit more guidance, and they surely do not need to be working a program thinking, oh, I'm going to get insurance next month, I'm going to get insurance and that's what I'm trying to avoid. I'm trying to work with you. I'm not trying to, I'm trying to work with you to work with the folk that are trying to get in this arena, and insurance is a big deal. And I totally do not want the local government sued because somebody did not have adequate insurance. I surely do not want to change the rules in the middle of the game. You said as we go through this, I will hear how many people are working on this and what their understanding is of insurance. I'll wait, but I do think we could do a little bit more, especially in these orientations with CDBG or ARPA, whatever, on at least pointing people in the right direction. I think we could do a little bit without promoting any one insurance. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. All right, I think there's a component about the contract process, Jeff.
And Jeff, is this where you wanted me to go?
Sure, I'll come back.
And I just have one slide. And that was, so there have been a lot of questions about, of course, the insurance and the timing. And I just wanted to break this down and take 2 minutes with you here. Mr. Westbury mentioned the ARPA, and of course the latest Treasury guidance indicated that you don't have to go through a competitive process, which is our best practice for access and transparency. So with ARPA funds, you theoretically could go to, awarding your subrecipients, which would get you to the contract transmittal process. But typically with CDBG funds, with general funds for sure, we at staff would always advise that you go through a request for proposal so that folks are aware of the opportunity, they're able to respond, that criteria are transmitted, that folks can, make sure that they're applying for an eligible activity and put their best foot forward, so to speak. And then there's an evaluation period that goes on, and as y'all know, we come to the mayor and commission for the final decision-making on who gets the awards. And then that starts the contract transmittal process, which Jeff is going to go into in a little bit more about how the insurance piece works with that. And that can take 4 to 8 weeks. And you're right, Commissioner Thornton, part of this is looking for solutions, but also in some of the questions that we've gotten, it's like, okay, I think we need to have a primer on the contracting insurance so we all start from the same understanding and we can go forward. And so we're going to talk a little bit more about why that can take so long. And it's very, for folks that, the commission makes their decision, it's public, they get the award, and especially if we're in a very compressed timeline, you're like, where's the contract at? Why isn't the contract signed? Whose desk is it sitting on? Well, there's a lot that goes on behind the scenes that you don't get to see that isn't people just sitting on contracts. It's an iterative process, which Jeff will cover here. And then the actual payments being made, we had to seed some money, but typically these are reimbursement type contracts, so the entity has to spend the funds and then submit the documentation, because if it is federal funds and CDBG, as y'all talked about, the government's on the hook. If it's an ineligible expense and the money's gone, then HUD can come back to us at some point in the future and say, all right, you owe us that money. That has happened in the past. So this is just a kind of overall, so from start to finish, y'all, I mean, you're talking about, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I mean, that tip almost could be as bad as much as 7 months just to get from an RFP to when that first payment's made. That is a long time for the average person, but there's a lot that goes into all of that. And with that, Jeff, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, sir. Came with handouts, so let me just.
Well, Jeff, can I ask a quick question on this?
Yeah, sure.
If we were voting, that would be the if agenda report required
Yes.
at the end of that. So that means after a vote, that it would be either earliest 6 to 12 weeks then for after a vote where a check would be cut.
Yes, depending on what it was.
And
Yes.
with CDBG, those checks are reimbursements, not upfront.
Right.
So we'll see even later.
So to begin, safety and risk is a division within HR. There's an administrator who serves as the risk manager for the government. There are 3 positions that work full-time directly with the administrator across all of the safety and risk functions. We recently reorganized, having seen some volume in the contracts arena, to create a full-time position just for contracts. Prior to that, the risk manager was really the sole person with expertise, and if we could cross-train someone, we would. The number of contracts have increased exponentially in the last several years. And so with that full-time position and some enhancements to our current risk management information system, with some training in the coming month, we hope to be able to set the table for things to be a little bit less frustrating, a little bit more efficient than they are now. There's always room for improvement. That said, it's a work-intensive process. This is essentially a breakout of the workflow that you see there. And I guess to just answer Commissioner Thornton's question, traditionally, I would say probably for the last 7 to 8 years, when we try to hire people with risk management background, it's difficult to afford for a local government. And so because it's housed in HR, what we find is we get people who are looking for entree into HR and will come in and gain risk and experience on their way. So we've had to change the way in which we advertise, in which we interview, in which we hire. And as a result, some of what you're seeing in terms of the rigor of our review is a result of much more expertise than we've ever had. So there's not a lack of expertise, rather than we have more. We have our administrator has been the risk manager for Hall County and for the city of Gainesville. Her name is Julie Irvin. She works morning, noon, night, evenings, weekends, and her days off. We have a second employee who looks at contracts who came to us from finance with some insurance background. She dropped into the process, I want to say, in June or so, which is when we first had that position available. So you have about 1 1/10 people to look at these contracts, and probably since May, we're in the neighborhood of 100 or more. Right now, the contracts review coordinator has about 35 contracts inclusive of CDBG. And so it's a pretty heavy workload. And ideally, as we set the table next time, with that expertise in-house, we're better able to plug in at the front end at the RFP process to better formulate the contract language and the RFP language, so that when we get to the back end, we have less back and forth. And unfortunately, what's happened in this sort of growing pain that we're going through is that as agencies or contractors, and in particular nonprofits who don't necessarily have as much administrative expertise in-house. They're struggling with the jargon and the language. It's a whole different language, as you've heard tonight. And what I've learned is when you talk about self-insured retention, oh, that's a deductible. Why didn't you just say that? And so speaking to people in plain language that they're used to in terms of insurance is helpful. But when you're talking with somebody with Mr. Westbury's expertise, he's way up here. We try to get down here. And the workflow that you're seeing has been out since April. We recognized the struggles, and we went to our departments and said, look, we're a centralized function. This is a collaborative process that we don't have total control over. And what we need from you is to go to your partners, your contractors, your selected parties, and help us help them. Take this email with these requirements and tell them to hand it to their broker and have them call Julie, call Trina, over and over and over again. And for reasons great, small, good, and bad, delays get built in when you're having to chase those pieces of paper. And so I looked through the CDBG, and for the remaining contracts, there's some 40 or 50 missing items. And so you may call a broker, the department, and the contractor about those. That's 3 calls times, it adds up, and it's time intensive. And so what I want to show you is a little bit of how when it goes well, as it does with some of our nonprofits who are maybe a little more experienced with us, as well as some of our departments like Public Utilities or SPLOST, who come to us at the front end and say, here it is, here's the scope of work, here's what we're contemplating. What do you see? Help us formulate the RFP, help us formulate the contract. And so our job hopefully starts then, but if not, then we suddenly have a contract or an RFP or an MOU or a lease that lands on our desk, and that's our first look. And as we do that, we're first looking for those very standard things that Mr. Westbury talked about, things that just have to happen to protect the government, the tax dollars, and make sure that we're landing the risk and liability and the financial risk where it belongs, which is with the contractor who's doing the actual work that we can't control day to day. Got to make sure they have everything that they need. And by the way, as we talk about benchmarking insurance requirements, when we talk about the nonprofits, we're down to, there is no lesser requirement that we could implement. When you're talking about $1 million of general liability, carriers won't write less than that. So it's not as though these are requirements that we're not looking at and trying to just, because the larger pool of money you have available, guess what attorneys do? They would like to sue you for that amount. So we're not over requiring insurance. There's a balance between having sufficient dollars for victims and for property and equipment and not creating a pool of money that's a target. And so when Julie and Trina and myself, when we start getting pushback on requirements, we do back up and say, well, hey, we're going to talk to our partners, and we talk to Lockton, who sees the entire state. We talk to the attorney's office, and we say, is this something we should get into the contract or into insurance requirements? Can we do less than this? And we take that as professional guidance in-house, where we do have that expertise in local government, but we're very much about trying to work with vendors for how can their existing coverage maybe meet what we have in some way, or instead of buying a whole new policy, maybe they can just add to one part to meet the requirement. We're trying to qualify people. We're not trying to disqualify them. So that is the sort of posture that we're taking. Once it comes in, there are these standard documents that you hear about. Certificate of insurance is just proof that you have business insurance. The legal names, it's minutia. The legal names have to be exactly right. All the boxes have to be there. You have to list the coverage and the amounts. You have to have these waivers of subrogation for workers' comp and whatnot. And we're going through each of those meticulously, because if we miss something and we get sued, and that's a 6 or 7 figure number you're going to be asking me and my staff, where were we? Why didn't we do our job? Why didn't we hold the line? So there is compassion, there is recognition that there's not always a lot of expertise out there, but there's also the job that we have to do, and we do have to hold the line or it falls apart. So the endorsements we look for, I think Mr. Westbury covered those pretty well. We got caught up a lot. If you look at the CDBG status, you'll see these items listed for any number of those entities where some of it is, it's just standard kinds of stuff. It's nothing special or overwrought that we're asking for. It's pretty common stuff. And, you know, we do work very hard to communicate, to follow up, but that creates a lot of work when we don't get a full package. If we get a full package where that thing shows up with all the insurance requirement documentation that probably was communicated in the RFP back here, it's a matter of days for us to turn a contract around, probably within a week. But if it's not, and we have to chase that stuff, and we can't get a department to help us chase that stuff, or the broker for the entity is not responsive or not good, we're stuck. So we do a lot of communication. We sometimes will go to the attorney's office and say, this insurance requirement doesn't make a lot of sense. We're not sure how it got here. Can we amend the contract? And so we can find a solution that way sometimes. Or we can write an addendum, have an addendum to the contract that will change things. That is not to say that, you know, certainly these standard requirements are there. But let me be clear that when we review a contract and insurance requirements, we are looking at the very, very specific activities and risks. And there are solutions for those risks. You may not own autos, you may have a nonprofit, but they are using personal vehicles to work in service of that contract with us. If one of those people hits a pedestrian in service of that contract and they're not insured or their personal insurance runs out, that attorney is going to come right to our door. And so they need non-owned auto insurance. It's usually free with your GL or it's very low cost. But we're not backing up on that because the risk, even just one time, $1 million in your budget, you could do a lot with that. And so we're trying to be really good stewards of that and to protect victims and the public should there be things that go bad. And unfortunately, they do. Oops. So last, once we've made sure that the contract language and the insurance requirements meet, and we don't have the authority to change the contract. So unless the attorney or someone agrees to that and the parties agree to that, we have to use what we have. We make sure we have all the endorsements, which is a rider essentially on the contract, that we'll issue an approval letter. One piece that I want to make sure I didn't miss is we also do a quick verification of that third party or nonprofit's insurance company. If they're Sam's Insurance, we want to know that Sam's Insurance has sufficient resources to pay off a claim. And so we do some due diligence around that with AM Best, and we just go into a database and we do some examination of numbers and we make sure that those carriers are rated highly enough to meet our standard. And occasionally we've had problems with that where we've had to go back and say, I'm sorry, this carrier is just not a suitable carrier. They're not stable enough or financially resourced enough, and your policy is no good. And so we've had to do that from time to time. We'll issue the letter, and then the department gets that. The attorney's office does their final review, and then it goes into the transmittal process with all that insurance documentation and the contract. I would say, in the upper right-hand corner of the document I shared with you, we would like 30 days lead time on a contract because of some of the back and forth, because of the risk, and because somebody may need to get some additional coverage. There are times when we turn those around in a week or two. Our average right now in turning around a contract is about 30 days, which is inclusive of some of these CDBG contracts, which means for most standard contracts, we're under 30 days and probably closer to a couple weeks.
Mr. Thornton, did we answer your questions that you posed earlier?
Three workers, yes. And what was my other question? 3 workers.
We
and-
have one full-time. We have part of the risk administrator's time, and I'm there for backup. But it's really that one and change that we have.
And in all fairness, Jeff, so that, to your point about the part-time, I mean, just sitting, reviewing these contracts isn't what they do all, I mean, they are protecting the interests of the government. There's training, they're advising departments on minimizing risk. I mean, please share that.
We administer the drug and alcohol program. There are claims, by the way, that are coming in every time a police car swaps paint with another car, every time a tree falls on the fence and the bears get out. I mean, I'm not making this up. These are, every time an employee gets bit by an animal or a human, every exposure, accident, incident, injury in the government flows through safety and risk. And so it's a busy place, as you can imagine. We rub elbows all the time with the community, and we want to minimize that. And so we're trying to get to a place where we have good data, and we're very close, and we can start to work better with the departments, not to just react to these claims, but mitigate and prevent them. And that's an organizational-wide process that no 2 or 3 people in risk can do. Similar to wellness and healthcare claims. It's all of us trying to work together to make sure everybody goes home the way they came to work, and that we work safely with the community.
Any other questions for Jeff?
It sounds like Julie is your point person.
Yes, ma'am.
And I will say this, that I have heard nothing but wonderful things about her. I don't know her, but I've heard nothing but wonderful things about her. And it also sounds like when we're talking about staffing and hiring, and maybe we've just overlooked your department, because according to, if I heard County Manager Williams, actually the other 2 part-time folk are doing some other stuff too.
I would say this. We experienced a great deal of turnover because of the inability to find people with specific risk background. The risk division has taken the brunt of the COVID response for the organization. So some of these, not only do we have more expertise, but I have a sense that maybe beneath the radar, some of these reviews were not happening as well as they should have. And I think that's a fair thing to say across the government, that the pandemic just did what it did for some functions.
Well, I will say, I do appreciate you explaining this to me and to us. It's more than I thought.
Well,
Should have, probably could have benefited much more early on, this type of knowledge and information, but it's never too late. And we always look forward to budget season, so maybe we'll get a request on how we can give you some more efficient help. Because people, while y'all are doing the best you can, people in this community are struggling and they're suffering, they're doing good work, and they're not getting paid. Okay?
yes, ma'am, and we want what you all want.
Couple others. Carol?
Yeah, this has been very helpful. A lot to take in for us newbies to this kind of insurance. But have there been changes in the types of requirements, insurance? I mean, when we go back to, I was actually just opened up one of the spreadsheets about some of the things that had not been followed through on. And some of them are for nonprofits that we've worked with for quite a while. So can you address any changes or to insurance requirements and sort of how that's come about? And I know the risk insurance world changes, but if there's anything you can say to address that, if I'm making myself clear.
Sure. I would say in part, one, a better level of expertise and review may have identified things that were lacking in some cases. In other cases, as the cost of repairs and things go up, the insurance requirements go up to match. And so that's a function of both, hardening markets, inflation, any number of things that can drive those costs. Whether we're requiring something that's, different or new that would be difficult to meet, I would say no in general, although certainly I had discussion with the Housing Authority about their struggles. And it's a question of, why can't somebody attain the coverage? We don't always know. Sometimes it's the market has become so prohibitive that they can't even get it. And that speaks to the risk profile of perhaps nonprofits more broadly. It could also be that any particular entity may have experience in their background, which makes them a higher risk for whatever reason. But I don't have a definitive answer for you on that.
And is it Julie Irwin?
Yes, ma'am. Irvin.
Irvin. Did you say earlier how long she's been in that position?
Just about a year.
Okay. So I just.
She has walked in and inherited the wind. It's been a
And you're
challenge.
saying that she's come in with more expertise than was there previously?
Without question.
Okay.
We've relied where we could not necessarily hire somebody with specific backgrounds. We've hired people for ability and tried to help them with the technical piece through training and partnerships. And this is, as you can tell, very technical stuff. And you really do need somebody who, in an organization this size with our complexity and level of activity, you need somebody who really has that background. And that's been a godsend for us.
I've got one more from Jesse.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it kind of builds off of what Carol was getting at. I've been hearing just from lots of different folks who we've, tried to find a way to, work with over the years that I've been here, about confusion kind of regarding what they're asked to get coverage for, the amount they're asked to get, and, different people have different perspectives on, whether that's an issue of consistent communication or interpretation or what. But I guess I'm trying to understand how much variability there is in doing kind of this initial analysis of recommended coverages, and then how much flexibility there is for those coverages, both what's being covered and how much is required to change. Because the impression I get is that there's a lot of flexibility and variability, but I'm not in it. So.
Let me see if I can answer it this way. Some of the things that we've talked about today are pretty strict and standard things that we would require of most any contract, inclusive of the types of coverage that you saw. There may be additional types of coverage that are recommended by the particular activity. In terms of discretion or variability as to how to meet those requirements, we sometimes, I think, in an effort to help, try to give people options on how to meet the requirement, which creates the impression that we're requiring something different when we're really just saying, you can meet it this way or you can meet it that way. And let me give you an example. So if the requirement in insurance is for $1 million of general liability, but we also want you to have $2 million in excess coverage that sits on top of general liability. So if your claim exhausts the initial $1 million of your policy, there's an additional layer of coverage there that's required. And that's due to the risk that the contract or the scope of work presents. Well, you might just, up your general liability to $3 million. You might up it to $2 million and get $2 million in the excess. There may be some flexibility and based on cost and the way your policies are structured to do that in a cheaper way. And what I think's happened is, and no good deed goes unpunished, you try to help and you end up confusing folks. And I think that's happened at least in one occasion that I've identified. I'm not sure if I'm answering your question, but if we find that nonprofits or other entities can't get coverage, one of the things that we will certainly do is reach out to Lockton and say, we're hearing they can't get it. Tell us about this. And they can tell us a little bit in terms of market intelligence about, they'll say, oh yeah, it is really hard, it is really expensive. We might say to them, in light of that, is there any room? And get an expert opinion on that. And in the case of the SAM coverage, you all saw that that was the case. I don't know that that happens very often, because at the end of the day, you can measure the ability to get coverage against the resources they have, or you can measure the level of coverage that's required to protect us against the risk and likelihood that it could happen. And the latter is where we come from. We can't necessarily get into the heads or into the pocketbooks of people and decide on that basis. We're deciding based on a risk analysis, based on what is needed at a minimum to protect the interests of both the vendor themselves. I had a conversation with one vendor wherein I said, you know, you have $1 million in GL, that's really not enough for your operations, let alone this. And the response was, I completely agree. But here was the challenge. And so that's our water's edge in risk. I can't then go say, well, let's just lower the requirement, because the risk hasn't changed. And the financial and the risks just haven't changed. And so I don't have that much confidence, unfortunately, to do that. It's just not within my authority either.
Yeah, thanks. That is a helpful answer, and this whole presentation's been helpful. I guess what it kind of leads to for me is thinking through, you know, these are helpful flow charts to have. There's extra copies if anybody wants one, by the way. You know, if piggybacking on what folks were talking about earlier, if we're talking about maybe trying to look for a different, you know, lowering the bar or some kind of change in policy, it'd be helpful for me to understand where, if we don't get to the approval stage and we're sort of stagnating in this inability to get insurance coverage, you know, the definition of what the process is there. Because, I mean, we on the commission are looking at a lot of contracts that we thought we approved and would be kind of functioning by now that are still held up for one reason or another, and most of the time it seems like that reason is tied to this liability coverage. And in some cases, these are issues with like well-established, fairly robust organizations that have worked with the government in the past. And so I guess maybe some clarity on, like, you know, when and how we go about making any changes that are necessary if there's not a clear answer and we're at this crossroads.
Well, and there's different variables here, and if I could offer this, it depends on what you're asking for as well. So case in point, vaccine incentive program is very forthright. We're going to give you money for gift cards, and you're going to give the vaccines to people. So very quickly, our staff can figure out what the parameters might look like on the front end for those insurance requirements. You do something more broad and say, come one, come all, we want youth development activities, but we're not going to be prescriptive about what you actually do, then you're going to have one nonprofit that doesn't have a car and one that does. The one with the car's got to have car insurance. So then it's more of having to get the scopes back and see what the commission awards, because sometimes the commission will pass a CDO and say, you know what, we're not doing that one, but we're going to do this one. So we don't do all that on the front end, then the awards, and then we review the scopes, sometimes concurrent with the approval. And then we have to go, as Jeff said, to those individual entities and say, all right, well, based on this, can you verify the scope of work? As a matter of fact, HCD in this case would present safety and risk with they don't just hand them the RFP response. They come back and say, here's the scope of work. Risk and HCD start talking with each other about what that means. Then they go, if I'm not mistaken, Jeff, to the entity and say, all right, well, this is our understanding of your scope of work, so you're going to need these coverages. And then that whole thing starts with waiting on those coverages to come in, and this is why it goes from several days to 2 to 4 weeks.
Manager Williams, we know that the ARP Treasury guidelines are very, very broad. So was there or is there an opportunity that dollars from ARPA money could have helped or can help be written into insurance? You may not know the answer now, it might be something, but does ARPA money cover insurance?
I believe it does. I don't know though, Jeff.
I can't answer that, but I understand the
That's a
question.
program cost.
So.
Yeah, as a program, I
So,
guess program
like with the
cost.
Athens Alliance Coalition and the
Oh, I thought
homeless
let's don't
camp.
call nobody
Well, I
names.
didn't mean to call it names. But, we obviously, that was a first-time initiative for us, first-time initiative for them. We wanted to come in with an adequate amount of coverage, and y'all know that we had a lot of back and forth on that. And I believe that as part of the program expense, they had to get the coverages to conduct the program for which we're paying them. But we'll double check that. But my thinking is if it's couched as such, like for instance, if we had an existing nonprofit who already had $1 million in general liability, well, they can't just bill that towards us. They could bill some pro rata share perhaps. But if we ask them for more for that specific engagement, I would think that would be a billable expense. And if not, we can verify that and transmit that through the RFP on the front end so people know that.
And
We're really kind of running close to time. We've got several more presentations to do. Certainly, you may have some other questions. Ask you to direct those in email to staff. So, Jeff, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, second item tonight, kind of gearing up.
Yes, ma'am.
Is the Athens Justice and Memory Project, Linnentown Economic Analysis of Losses Report. We're going to hear from Hattie Whitehead, who's the chair of the Athens Justice and Memory Project. And we've engaged with Dr. Jerry Shannon, who's an academic researcher and geographer around analysis of losses that were incurred by residents of Linnentown through the process of eminent domain and property transfer.
Set up here. I think, yep, looks like it. I'm gonna split this between. PowerPoint. Where you should have it. Oh, it's in downloads. Hold on, give me 1 second. There it is.
Oh, shit, I'm gonna take mine back.
Is that going to? Okay, that'll work. Okay. Thank you all for making time to hear me tonight. As Mayor Gertz said, I'm Jerry Shannon. I am a faculty member down the street and part of the geography department there. I'm presenting on some research that I did along with Hattie, who is here in the room, and Richard Martin, who's also at the university, on Linnentown, and which is an issue that I know y'all have already heard quite a bit about and responded to before. So we were tasked with, in particular, determining what was the financial losses related to the urban renewal project that you'll hear about in a second. And this report is giving our process in that and the final figure that we came up with. Most of you have heard about this. This redevelopment that we're talking about was known as R50. It was an urban renewal project that happened in the mid-1960s here in Athens. R50 was one of a number of projects authorized through a provision called Section 112 that was passed in 1959, an extension of urban renewal funding that allowed for cost sharing between universities and cities. And so it allowed for greater flexibility in the financing and encouraged these communities to work together. The redevelopment area you'll see outlined over here in blue is the total redevelopment area. Here's Sanford Stadium. We're up here somewhere currently. This is where the new Terry buildings are, Special Collections Library, and the freshman dorms along Baxter Street are shown here as well. The area that's outlined in green is the area that we'll be discussing in particular tonight, known as Linnentown. So you'll see that that was a large part of the project, but not the entirety of it. According to federal records, 65 households were displaced as a result of this urban renewal project, which was clearly explicitly for university expansion, and received just short of $1 million in federal funding. For the Linnentown community in particular, this is just a greater zoom in of an area that we digitized from maps that are held in special collections over at UGA. We're talking about an area that was exclusively black in comparison to the area across the street that was an exclusively a white neighborhood. It was comprised of two main neighborhoods as well as Finley and Church Street, so Peabody and Linden Row. And you can see the parcels listed here as a result. So I think it's important to note at the outset that this was a project that was actively courted by both the City of Athens and the University of Georgia. So this is correspondence that's in the project records at UGA. On the left, you see a letter from President O.C. Adderhold to Richard B. Russell, Senator Richard B. Russell, asking for support in the application for urban renewal funding. Most particularly that highlighted section there, we talk about a lot because it borrows from that language of urban renewal. This project is extremely important in terms of the growth and development of the University of Georgia. The area involved is west of Lumpkin Street and would clear out the total slum area, which now exists off Baxter Street. Right? And that language of total slum area was really common in urban redevelopment, particularly for black neighborhoods. It was a common way to dismiss those neighborhoods. You also see a similar letter from Mayor Snow to someone with finance administration saying that there's a mutual problem that both the university and the city of Athens has, which urban renewal would correct. And that problem was Linnentown in particular. So what we did was try to understand what was the financial impact of displacement due to urban renewal for Linnentown residents particularly. So one of the things I think that's notable about R50 is that if you think about it from like research terms, there's a clear kind of case control set up here. We have two areas, one north of Baxter Street, one south of Baxter Street, both affected by urban renewal. One was all white, one was all black. And so we can kind of identify effects both overall, but then for Linnentown owners specifically. We identified two different types of losses. One was underpayment, that is the amount that people actually received for their homes compared to what market value would have been or what a fair price would have been. And we have a couple of different ways that we're going to measure that. The first is we base it off current sales prices. So we look at sales that happened in 2019 and 2020, and then backcast that using appreciation rates back to the time that urban renewal happened and said what would the prices have been given what we know about appreciation rates in that area. And then the second is that we compare those two neighborhoods. We say what did the white owners north of Baxter Street receive given the characteristics of their property. And if those same factors held true, if people south of Baxter Street in Linnentown were treated the same way, what would that price have been? And then compare those two things together. The second type of loss that we identify as lost appreciation, and that is because homeowners were displaced, they might have moved to neighborhoods in which appreciation rates were lower than they would have been if they were remained close to the university. Right, and so we say, what was the loss due to loss in realized appreciation, recognizing that lost wealth is not just at the time of sale, but in future wealth creation through appreciation in different neighborhoods. So for this project, I won't get too much into the weeds. I'm happy to answer questions if people have them. We looked at records, primarily those that were held in special collections related to this project. It included files on pretty much every parcel that included a whole host of conditions that you can see listed here. The recorded property condition based on property surveys, things like parcel area, room count, whether the home is owned or rented, things like this. So we digitized all that information. I had students working on that back in spring of 2020, working on that project. And then for home prices, we also had a couple other data sources. So we used the 1970 census, which is the first census data for which we have sub-county level data. So we looked at what was the distribution of home prices in 1970 by census tract, by 1970 census tracts, to cover kind of this period between 1970 and 1989 or 1990. After 1990, we have records of home sales and property transactions from the Athens-Clarke County Tax Assessor's Office. And so we have a much more fine-grained sense of what was happening to property values there because we basically have every fair market sale from 1990 onward and could measure appreciation that way. So let's just do some descriptive statistics. This is the characteristics of the properties that we looked at. There's a lot of numbers here, but what I'll highlight is the 2 red areas. So on the first line for total parcels, you can see there was 80 total parcels involved. Not all of them were owner occupied at the time or were resident occupied by the time. And it was roughly split between those 2 neighborhoods. We have that broken out by the type of property transaction. So some of these properties were sold fair market value. Some of these were sold through eminent domain and condemnation. You can see that the condemnation process was much more common in Linnentown. 28 of the 39 properties, actually 31 of the 39 properties went through a condemnation process. It was closer to 50-50 for the area north of Baxter Street. There were 3 Linnentown owners who appealed their condemnation. In each case, they won. They received a higher price afterwards. The note on the bottom, or the red box on the bottom, I think is perhaps is just as notable. This is not controlling for any factors like house size, property size, things like that. It's just looking at the median price per square foot of land, of property space. And what you see there is, doesn't matter kind of what kind of transaction was going on, whether it was condemned or sold, the residents in Linnentown received significantly less for their property than those in the Baxter Street area, controlling, just looking at size, right? And what you see, if you look at the bottom line, is it's 28% lower price if you adjust for area, if you look at it as a per square foot price. So that's not, again, that's not what we're going to look at in a second with models, but that gives you a kind of a rough estimate that this was a process in which was clearly kind of unfair on its surface in terms of how these properties were treated. So let me just run through these methods, and I'm not gonna give you all a stats lecture. I know we've got a long night here, but I'm gonna kind of give you the outline of how we went about this, and I can answer more specific questions if need be. So the first question was a question about underpayment. And we wanted to know, based on current sales prices, that is, we have 59 sales that happened in 2019 and 2020 in Census Tract 2100, which is the residential tract closest to where Linnentown once stood. And we said, we're going to look at 2 things. We're going to look at land area, so how much total land is there, and what is the heated structure size? What's the heated square feet of those properties? And when we look at those 59 sales, the model comes out that it's about $5 per square foot of land for that sales price, and $240 per square foot of structure based on that sales price, right? That's for sales in 2019 and 2020. So then let's go back and look at a sale that happened as part of the urban renewal process. So 187 Linden Row was occupied by Mr. John Henry Dillard and his family. Based on the records that we have, the parcel size of his home, the land area was 9,940 square feet. We don't know the structure size for sure. We know number of rooms for some of these properties, but not structure size. But based on the records that we have, and again, I can answer questions about this if you want, we believe that 800 square feet is a good global proxy for how big on average these homes were. So then we can do the math on this. 9,940 square feet times $5 per square foot of land area, 800 square feet of heated square footage times 240, and then we subtract the model constant, which is just how the regression model works, and we end up with an estimated current value for that home, if it existed today, of just over $200,000. If we take the amount that Mr. Dillard received and adjust it for appreciation, given what we know about appreciation rates, what he received was $114,125, or $87,000 less than what a fair price today would have been. If we do this for all properties in Linnentown, we estimate that the current fair price of all Linnentown properties would be roughly $8 million, $7,950,585. Adjusting for appreciation, the amount that residents received was just under $4 million, $3.9 million. So the calculated underpayment using this method would be about $4 million. They received roughly half of what their properties would be worth today. Second question was a similar thing, what was the underpayment? But here we compared the sales that happened outside Linnentown to those that happened inside Linnentown. Similarly, we have a model that's set up. We looked at those properties outside of Linnentown that were white homeowners. And here we have rooms for both of these data sets. So we can use something that's a little more specific than structure size. And what we found is that each listed room in a property, so when a property had how many rooms it was, each listed room was associated with about $1,500 higher price And most of these were like 4 to 8 rooms, right? That was the total area of this. So in $1963, it was about $1,500 of higher price. The parcel area was about 21 cents, right? So each square foot of parcel area was 21 cents. So if we return to Mr. John Henry Dillard, we can do the same model here at 9,940 square feet times that 21 cents. And then his property had 5 listed rooms, so 5 rooms times $1,500. Plus, in this case, the model constant was positive as it came out. And we see that he should have received, if he was treated the same as those north of Baxter Street, about $10,000, $10,714. What he received was $6,250. That was an underpayment in $1963 of $4,464. If we adjust that for appreciation rates, it's about $81,000. Similar number, right? Close to what we saw back here, which was 114. It's kind of in the same ballpark. So if we do the same thing for Linnentown, here we see, again, a slightly smaller number, 7 million rather than 8 million. Adjusting for appreciation, we still have 3.9. So the underpayment in this case is about $3 million. We decided to go with the first estimate for a few reasons. The main one is that we are not sure that there was an underpayment on both sides of this project. That we think that it's possible that the folks north of Baxter Street, they were also part of this urban renewal project and sold somewhat under duress and may have received somewhat less for their properties or gave up their properties under duress as a result. But we do think that second method is useful for 2 reasons. One, the fact that it's in the same general range gives us greater confidence in our estimate. We think that it shows that probably the underpayment was there and it was somewhere around that amount, right? The second one, and I think this is the key point, is it shows that this wasn't just a function of urban renewal, right, or of people getting displaced. Again, we have this kind of case control sample, and we can say, compared to the owners who lived north of Baxter Street, those owners received substantially more for their properties than homeowners who lived in Linnentown. That there's a clear pattern between these 2 neighborhoods and what people received, and I think that makes it easier to label this as a clear underpayment, right, or a theft of wealth for those homeowners. Third question is about property appreciation, and here again, we just used both census data and home sales to try to identify what was the appreciation rates for all ACC census tracts, and then said for folks that we know where they moved, if they had stayed, what would the amount they received for their homes, what would that be today? And if they moved, and then if we know where they moved, what was the appreciation rate for that same amount of money in the new place where they lived? Right, so let me give you an illustration of that. I'm going to jump ahead here and I'll come back to this table. So Mr. John Henry Dillard moved to East Athens. He moved over to East Side, kind of in the Nellie B area. And since 1970, we calculated the appreciation rate there as 1,275%. The appreciation rate in Linnentown, by contrast, was 1,826%, or about 500% higher. So he received that $6,250 for his property. If he had stayed in Linnentown and just had that money in that property, if that's all the property was worth, today it would be worth $114,000. If he took that money and bought a new home in that new census tract and depreciated at that lower rate, it would be worth about $80,000. So that's roughly $35,000 in lost wealth accumulation. That's a result of that forced displacement, right? And so if we do this for the property owners that we know, and we know about half of them, we know for 18 of the 35 households what happened to them after they were displaced out of Linnentown. We assume that the folks that we don't have that information from were similar outcomes, so the breakdown's about the same in terms of sales, buying a new home or renting, things like that. What we end up with is an estimate of an additional $1 million or so. And that also includes folks who became renters rather than homeowners and lost out on appreciation altogether, who just maybe invested and got a rate that's similar to inflation over the course of that time. So all that being said, this is the bottom line for the estimate that we did here. So we said there's 2 forms of financial loss due to this displacement. Because of underpayment, it was about $4 million. Because of lower appreciation, it was about $1 million. So the total price tag is somewhere around $5 million in total. Some limitations, it's always important to note limitations here is, one, there are a fair amount of missing records, especially for relocation outcomes, so we're making some assumptions there that we're never going to fully know kind of what happened. The other kind of main limitation that we feel like is important is that this doesn't include, this is only for property loss, and there's obviously other kinds of financial hits that people have when they are forced to move to new places. Right? This can include things like job changes, can be things like acquiring new transportation or having other kinds of opportunity costs, job changes. I mentioned that already. Things like that. It also doesn't account for any kind of emotional damage. Miss Hattie Whitehead's going to present after me. Some of you may have read her book and the ways that she discusses, and when you hear other Linnentown residents talk about this process, it was deeply traumatic for many of them in terms of the way that it was carried out. And we're not including that in any way in our analysis. That's not something I have expertise in and that we were able to address. So with that, I will wrap up, and maybe I'll take questions before. Ms. Hattie's going to follow up here and talk some about what the Justice and Memory Project has been talking about as a result of this. But I can, while I'm at the podium, if there's any questions that you all have for me.
Questions about the kind of process or calculations, Avita?
I don't have a question at Dr. Shannon. I do appreciate how you have broken this down that a third grader can understand it.
That's the goal.
And I think there has been so much opinion and emotions, and it should be emotions, but to see it in this type of format, it really brings it home, for me at least. Consider me a third grader. How about that? Thank you.
I appreciate that.
Jesse?
Do you have a recommendation for the proportion of responsibility for this redress or reparation, like between the county and the university?
That is not, I don't think that's my job to answer. I think what we were asked to say is what was the financial loss. I think, the records indicate that, the main players here are the City of Athens, the University System of Georgia, and the University of Georgia. And I think all three of them played active roles in this process. That's what the documents show. But anything more than that, I don't feel equipped to say.
I was wondering about the condemnation appeals that
Yes.
occurred. Can you flesh that out a little?
Yeah, so there was, I don't think I've got examples in these slides. I don't. By the way, this is tract level property appreciation that we calculated like after 2008. It's kind of crazy. Yeah, I don't have that here. But I can talk about it. And so there were, I don't remember the names of the family, but there was one family that received something like $2,500 for their property. And the City of Athens actually wrote, or the Redevelopment Authority, wrote a letter and said, we were hoping to only have to spend something like $2,200, but we're not going to appeal it because $2,500 is close enough, it's not worth it. Well, the family did appeal, and on appeal received $6,500 as a result, right? And so much higher than that. And in all cases, it wasn't just a matter of a few $100s, it was thousands of dollars more. I don't know, all we have is the court documents. We don't have transcripts, we don't know exactly what went on, but there is evidence for each of those families that appealed, they received a substantially higher amount through that condemnation process.
That would be interesting information to have, broken out, like the percentage after they appealed to the justice system.
Yes. I can try to get that. I'll try to get that to you.
I think it strengthens your.
Yeah, there's just three of those. Yeah, there's only three.
It strengthens your argument, I think,
Yeah.
of the underpayment, those families who hired a lawyer. But thank you. Overall, this was a great presentation, very well delivered. Thank you.
Thanks.
Carol, then back to Avita.
Yeah, going back to those letters that were mention of using the phrase slum area.
Yeah.
And then earlier when we got down, I don't know what page it is on here, but there's a property summary, and it lists
this
a number
one?
of buildings by condition, standard, and substandard.
Yes.
Are these the conditions that were used by the, back then, obviously? Where do these come from, and what does that mean, substandard?
So those forms were completed, and Ms. Hattie can also speak to this because she lived it. But those forms were completed by employees of the Redevelopment Authority. There was a guide in given out as part of the urban renewal process where they would go in and inspect these properties. Obviously, it's also potentially a highly very subjective process, but there were certain things that they were supposed to go in and look for, and then that family survey form, which is this thing right here, which is where those standard and substandard judgments were in, would then go through and list kind of how would we rate this property overall. I will say we tried including those in our models of pricing, and that actually didn't have a significant impact on the price that homeowners received, whether they were
Would
rated
that have been
standard or
the
substandard.
rationale used for calling these
Yes, for
small
condemnation.
areas, right,
Yes,
condemnation?
that there is something going on here. So, for instance, the roads in Linnentown weren't paved, right? And so you can point to things like that, and that was intentional. That was done. Utilities weren't as complete as they were in other neighborhoods around the area and things like that. But so I think what you see is a larger system of kind of, what Jim Crow Athens looked like and the kinds of disparities that characterize these neighborhoods coming out.
Was that systemic underinvestment was pretty much entirely the city, right?
Yes.
That's not the university.
Yeah, this was city property. So what the city did was basically facilitate the transfer of property through the redevelopment authority to University System of Georgia at the behest of officials at the university.
And that was kind of the common mechanism. City was the conduit, so hospital systems, universities, federal properties, I mean, the cities across the country during this period in this program were always sort of the middle.
Yeah, so there's not a lot of research on this particular program, but there's something like 119 universities that did this in some form or another. And it's like University of Pennsylvania has some stuff online. There's one that happened at Western Kentucky University, I think the one that's in Bowling Green, where they have a video of people who are relocated in that one talking about their experience, and it's eerily similar to the experiences of folks here in Linnentown.
Ovita?
And I'm glad Carol pulled this up because I was going to ask you to go back to your page. But it says this project is extremely important in terms of growth and development of the University of Georgia.
Right.
And I guess this was urban renewal, and we're right now dealing with a housing crisis.
Yes.
So I'm wondering, 50 years from now,
Yeah.
will there be someone standing before whoever's sitting here talking about how we have just kind of given free will to developers, and we're not going to contribute it to the slum areas, maybe not, but we're seeing a lot of development coming in here, and I'm wondering, 50 years from now, who will be standing in your place making a report about this is where it was and trying to find some reparations because of some of our housing policies. So it's really a statement, but I just want to put it out there.
Yeah, no, I mean, affordable housing obviously remains an issue. Part of the reasons we study history is to try to understand, with the benefit of hindsight, what happened then. But obviously, we're talking about this now for a reason. Because it is still an issue now, and figuring out what the relationship of the university and the unified government should be is something we're still trying to figure out, and that is a good question. All right, thank you so much. I'll let Miss Hattie take over from here. And I'm going to try to make sure I get her presentation.
Mr. Shannon?
Yes.
Are there, what other types of projects have been done like yours in the nation?
When we looked for models, I'm not sure that there are a lot. The one I'm mainly aware of, City of Evanston passed reparations, I believe, due to, I'm not sure if it's redlining or urban renewal, and somebody can correct me on this. But there's not a lot of other models there's, what I will say is the one other project that has been more extensively studied is the University of Pennsylvania's redevelopment project, but that played out somewhat differently than ours did. And certainly that was a university kind of study. I'm not sure that, say, City of Philadelphia did a whole lot.
And are you going to publish anything based on this work?
Yes, that is the eventual goal.
Okay.
These things always move more slowly than one would hope.
Yeah, cool. Thanks.
Hello, and thank you for allowing me to be here as well. I'm here representing the Justice and Memory Project. I'm co-chair of that team, so that's why I'm here. To talk about a recommendation based on the presentation of, oh, okay, thank you, the right button, that Dr. Shannon just talked about. The Justice and Memory Team basically was given a charge to make annual budgetary recommendations to the Mayor Commissions on operations and capital projects. And these things that we're looking at as far as the recommendation will be toward affordable housing, economic development, telecommunication services, public transportations, public art, and to foster future reinvestments in historically underfunded and impoverished neighborhoods in Athens-Clarke County. So, Dr. Shannon gave you the number of over $5 million in losses, and but there were two institutions involved, the University of Georgia and the City of Athens. So we, as a Linnentown project and the Justice and Memory Team, we thought that that number should be divided by two because there were two institutions involved. So $2.5 million for a debt for the University of Georgia and approximately $2.5 million for Athens-Clarke County. So what we are recommending is that $1.25 million would go to affordable housing in Athens-Clarke County. And that will be used for down payment assistance throughout Athens-Clarke County, increased paths to affordable home ownership, and prevention of future residential displacement. So the recommendation was procured grants for program administration, financial assistance in conjunction with education, and other existing supportive programs. A small portion of funds would be allotted for grant administration, but that will be throughout Athens-Clarke County. The other would be on affordable housing, would be home repair assistance. The goal would be community reinvestment through increased housing affordability and housing quality. The recommendation is still the same, a grant, program administration, financial assistance for low-income senior community members in need of home repairs and/or maintenance. And this one too, a small portion of that money will be used for the contract administration. We thought that we could, this would be really something that could be done. The other community education that we looked at is from the Justice and Memory Team is $1.25 million will be recommended allocation for funds for capital build out of the Athens-Clarke County Center for Racial Justice and Black Futures whenever a site is decided upon. And this would commemorate the contributions of histories of Athens and Black communities. The Athens-Clarke County Center for Racial Justice and Black Futures will be a place to promote learning, the progress of Black commerce, culture, and civic responsibility. It also would include any individual, regardless of race, who have made contribution to a path to where we are. And we would go back as far as we can. And we're saying that this center will be self-sufficient, self-sustaining through raising funds. Any questions on anything I just talked about?
Questions for Mrs. Hattie about any of these components? Carol?
I just want to, thank you for this work, and I love I don't know how this all plays out, but the down payment assistance, because I having, bought a house fairly recently, I realize how many people are paying almost the same thing or the same thing I'm paying in a mortgage only because I have some down payment money and they don't. Otherwise, our monthly expenses. So I think that that's a wonderful idea to help people get into homes because that's a big obstacle. And that's that also that generational wealth that isn't there that I have as an advantage.
Mike?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Whitehead, for being here, and Dr. Shannon as well. I would say with the recommendations that you made, certainly the home improvement recommendation is, I mean, I'm looking at ARPA dollars to help us fulfill some of these obligations, and that we do that currently, but we could certainly do more of that. And also, we don't do the down payment assistance, but I know some other communities like Raleigh, North Carolina, do help with some down payment assistance. So I'd be very much interested in that. And I can't help but think about this one here, the community education program, and a potential site for it that I'd like to see happen, and I'm sure others around here would as well. The Costa building. It's right at Hot Corner, has a good history to it that would fit in nicely. So at any rate, just my 2 cents worth. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. I don't want to get everyone, but, I thinking about this, identify that, for the community education piece, we probably have a number of potential funding sources, including SPLOST dollars, given that we've got commitment to some specific buildings like Costa and to space modernization, which we'll hear more about later, and probably some general capital fund dollars too. And I know there's still some evolution in the center, and so the group is still working toward that. But I would like us to move very rapidly around the down payment and home repair piece with our unallocated ARPA dollars. Of course, we would always wish that we would exactly meet the challenge that we're confronted with and that history's confronted us with. And we know that we have some sort of legal and logistical contours that we have to go through, but kind of thinking back to that early slide in your presentation, Ms. Hattie, about reinvestment in historically underfunded and impoverished neighborhoods, I think we would definitely identify those qualified census tracts as places where dollars could be allocated with appropriate income and potentially age limits as well. Basically getting thematically at the desires of the group. So I know a few more folks. So Ovita and got Melissa and Tim.
Thank you, Ms. Whitehead. I appreciate your presentation. We did a conference back in April about housing, and we brought developers, attorneys, and we're still talking about the follow-up to that. And for the first one on the affordable housing, I think it is so doable. We just got to step out the box a little bit. We never talk openly about even the land that the Athens-Clarke County owns that could address some of the housing issues. But again, I know it's about ordinances, I know it's about zoning, but it is also to me about how do we pitch this to developers that would not mind to commit putting a house here, a duplex there. I also see the opportunity, it came out at the that April meeting. Churches have a lot of land. They have more land than they probably could, maybe they don't pay taxes, I don't know what. But we have opportunities right here. We do not have, so I am really supportive of your plan, would love to make that conversation bigger, like to follow back up with the mayor and Manager Blaine, because this really does kind of, it kind of fits what we talked about in April. And it's all about breaking down these barriers. And it is also about not trying to create something out. We have resources. We just got to build our relationships up, help people understand the presentation. It was on point. It was on point. It's not a emotional tearjerker, It was facts, figures, and I think that is what people want, and that will help us as a commission to do something tangible and not just something on paper. So thank you. Great opportunity.
Melissa?
Yeah, thank you. Thank
You're welcome.
you so much for all your work on this. I know it's,
Thank you.
y'all have been at it for a couple of years, and thanks to Mr. Shannon, too. This is really important work, and I look forward to seeing some of that housing assistance money go out into the community to begin to address the wrongs of the past. My question is about the public art project, the monument that would assure that this history is presented to the public on a regular basis, that people, I learned about this kind of as a fluke. I went on a tour with Miss Rosa Thurman, and she pointed out there was once a neighborhood here, and I was like, what happened to it? And then speaking to folks in my community as they saw student housing rise up, I would hear people say, well, they're going to come for my house too. And I started to connect the dots and realize that these folks were fearful that Linnentown would come to Hancock and the Rock Springs neighborhood and East Athens. And it has. It very much has. It's been, a house here and a block there, but with the increasing student population, this is an ongoing issue. Black families continue to be displaced. And I feel like that art project, that very public monument is something that needs to happen sooner rather than later so the public can be made aware of the wrongs of the past, so we can hopefully do something to raise awareness of the ongoing wrongs. Can you talk a little bit about the status of that art project? I know we've had pushback from the university.
The city of Athens, and Blaine may be able to help me, and I've talked with Nikki a lot, and the city is trying to do a lot of research around the right-of-way and have been heavily involved in this research. And as soon as we find out, the city find out the correct right-of-way, then we are going to put the historical markers on the city right-of-way, and hopefully we can do something creative about the mosaic. Is anything else you want to say, Blaine?
Sounds good. Ms. Hattie, yes, it's the ownership of the right-of-way that's in dispute.
Yes.
So the university is resisting a monument on property that is.
They're saying that they've thrown up blockers before, hurdles that we had to get over before, but I'm sure we're going to be creative enough to get over this hurdle as they throw up blockers about the right-of-way.
So what the committee tasked Transportation Public Works and our kind of property folks with doing is identifying all of that indisputably ACC right-of-way, kind of within the multi-block region that we saw on the map.
Thank you.
Tim?
Thank you, Mayor. And yeah, thank you, Ms. Hattie.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Shannon. This was very well done. So a few questions, I guess, for staff. One, knowing there is some legal hurdles with how we can be allocating funds and doing direct down payment assistance, although we know other places have done it. Just wondering the work with our disparity study, if that would able to help assist us with doing more potential direct down payment assistance and such.
So the disparity study is more geared towards procurement. And so the contracts that we award, whether they're women-owned businesses or minority-owned businesses, and it's a look back in the history, as y'all were, I think, counseled by the attorneys, if you ever want to have a preferential procurement policy, you really have to have a basis in the law for it. And that's what the disparity study was meant to do, is to go back and analyze and then come forward with some recommendations about. But that's with procurement.
Okay, yeah, but I thought we were going to be going into a little bit of the greater overall history and treatment too, to see the back up that argument. So I was wondering, it's fine. We don't have to get to it now. We can get into it later. But I was just wondering if you could assist us at all. And then definitely support the unallocated ARPA dollars. I would say I would like to see more than 1.25 million. That, as we all know, that doesn't go very far, to be honest. And something that Dr. Shannon put on there is said, like, this doesn't take into the calculation the emotional impact and things such as transportation costs from having to be moved out of county or further out to the stretches and all these others. So we know that this actual number would be higher. So I am definitely interested in us possibly coming up with a number that exceeds that 1.25 million, because I
Tim,
think
just to build on that very briefly, the other thing is that R50 was the smaller of the two urban renewal zones in Athens. R51 was larger, 260 properties.
Yeah. No, I definitely, this is definitely should be the beginning of this work, but just still, that 1.25 just isn't going to go that far, and I think we all know that. And the last thing, and I want to say this and urge this, that this is a productive plea, but I think that again, because that money's not going to go very far, and same thing when it comes to the Center for Racial Justice, that and I'm assuming most folks on this body would greatly positively urge the University of Georgia and your system of Georgia to partner with us on this and to match these amounts that we see here and to come in with us. And then also, possibly if we can even have some kind of larger community fundraising if we find another partner where, private residents and other institutions and entities in the county could be contributing money towards these funds and these goals too. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Jesse.
Yeah, a couple things. First is just, I heard you mention that, there might be some administrative overhead wrapped into that recommendation of 1.25 million, and I would encourage us to not wrap that into part of what we're considering the essentially reparations here, because that's not going directly to the community. And so in my mind, even though that's a requisite part of getting the work done, the 1.25 million or a higher amount, if we go for that, trying to kind of lean into the total lack of calculation yet around the more incalculable harm, that we see that administrative overhead as like an additional cost that's separate from what we could consider repayment. And definitely looking forward to getting the ball rolling on that agenda item as soon as possible. I am curious, Hattie, if UGA did come to the table, is the recommendation that they would pay their half into these same projects, or are there separate projects that y'all have in mind that are more specific to the university?
If they came to the table, we would ask them to pay into this
Okay.
to help the community.
Okay. So the same projects.
Same.
Uh-huh.
We would ask that if they came to the table.
And then speaking of places where we'd love for the university to be at the table, the timeline for that TPW work to identify potential sites, do we have a timeline for kind of when we're expected to get some recommendations on alternative spaces the wall of recognition can go?
Well, I think that the Linnentown Committee, Ms. Hattie, Athens Justice and Memory Project, did not want to consider alternative locations, is that right?
No, we want the mosaic, now, the walk of recognition is separate, well, it's going to be down Finley once we determine the right of way. But we want the mosaic on site.
Mm-hmm.
And whatever we can do to get it on site, and we can do the survey, and that's what we'll do, how creatively we can do that, then we want it there.
Mm-hmm. When you mean on-site, do you mean at that initially proposed location or elsewhere along the same road in the bounds of Linnentown?
In the bounds of Linnentown.
Okay. So has TPW identified other places that are on-site in Linnentown but not at that specific corner that's in dispute?
Well, at this point, of course, this whole thing is about, the university and unified government acquiring the property.
Mm-hmm.
And then the right-of-way is on the periphery of the property, where we went initially thinking that would be a place that the government had some control over. But that, as I said before, that's in dispute. And so, TPW is not actively searching for other alternative sites based on what the committee said. We're still kind of stuck on this, trying to determine whether or not the right-of-way ownership of that
So is the right-of-way of the entirety of the tract in dispute? I was under the impression that it was just that particular location, that particular corner.
It's closer to Baxter for sure. Now, we've talked about the signs, the panel signs that were the initial inclination, those could occur further down the street, as I understand it.
Okay. So,
Once we determine the right-of-way, right, those signs will be, we can do RFP for that.
so when you mentioned, Mayor Gertz, that TPW was looking at, like, I think the word you used was
Yeah, I mean-
indisputable right-of-way, that was within the bounds of Linnentown still, right?
Yeah, the kind of Peabody, originally Linden Row, Church,
Yeah.
Finley area.
So I guess, but what I'm hearing from Manager Williams is we don't have TPW actually looking for other areas for indisputable right-of-way? Or is there?
Well, they're not looking for an alternative site, I think is what he said. We're looking at the title work. We have someone working on that right now, going back, trying to figure out where we feel comfortable that we can claim that we have a clear right to the title. And we don't have that title work yet. And it's being worked on. It just takes time.
Okay.
We need to make sure that we're proper when we act. And at some point, there'll be an update regarding that.
Okay, so the attorney's office is working on figuring out the initially proposed location. And if we don't find ourselves in a good position for that location, then TPW could look for other locations along right-of-way that still is within the bounds of Linnentown?
He's doing Joe's doing all the title work, right? Y'all are gonna assess the title,
Contracted
where we
out,
can
we
find it.
contracted out, actually TPW did with someone they used to do the title work. I'm having conversations with them about what they're finding and what we think we might want to do next. So we're working on it. It's just we need to make sure we're correct because there is another party on the other side of the dispute, so we don't be in good legal position when we make our claim.
I think.
We're working through that. Any further discussions about acquisition of property, I think need to be in executive session.
Agree with that. Well, I would just say that I think the follow-on is once we determine who owns what, then we go to the Justice in Memory Project and say, of the things you want to accomplish, where are these best suited? But before we get to that point, if there's another property identified that would be suitable, then of course we would do that, if that was on the recommendation of the advisory committee the mayor and commissioner created.
Yeah, I guess I just want to make sure that we're finally all on the same page here, because I felt like people were saying different things here just moments ago, which is like there's the conversation around acquisition of right-of-way for the initially proposed location, and then there's the conversation around trying to identify other places within the bounds of Linnentown, and we're not doing the latter. Yeah.
Judd, I don't know if there's a.
Like other properties that
Well,
we
what I
already
understood
know
was
we
at one
own.
time it was being considered whether the Athens Justice and Memory Committee might want to locate the monument somewhere other than Linnentown, but now that's not on the table. So now, it's just looking at basically, is it Finley Street that runs there?
The intersection.
Where can we put it along Finley Street? Not just the monument, which is a larger piece that was in dispute, and the letters back and forth between us and the University System Board of Regents, but also the vault of recognition, which I think we feel more comfortable with, which is down Finley Street a little ways, that we think we're pretty comfortable there with the right-of-ways. What's in dispute is the areas you get closer to Baxter, and that's what we're focusing on. And so that's where we are.
More work underway. Right, any others? Right. Hattie, Jerry, thank you so
Thank
much.
you. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you all.
Thank you all.
All right, as you know, Advantage Behavioral is our area community service board, and we've collaborated with them not only on kind of many pieces of programming, but also on some large-scale construction projects, including a program that was in the 2020 SPLOST, and so they're going to give us an update on some of that this evening.
Sorry.
Anybody have any snacks?
I
you don't mind.
Smoked almonds, maybe? And how bad are you? Would you like an RX bar? Peanut butter would be the best. You want to just go for that?
Perfect, thank you. All right.
They're kind of expensive, so if you know, give me another one. Just kidding.
I'll
just
remember
kidding.
this act of charity.
Yeah, I think we should do that.
Thank you.
You ready?
All right, got
Okay.
Tammy, Conlin, and Evan Mills with us.
All right. Well, good evening, everyone. Thank you for having us here tonight. I want to introduce myself. I'm Tammy Conlin, and I have the privilege of serving as Advantage's CEO. And with me tonight is Evan Mills, our Director of Housing and Development. And I'm going to start off by sharing with you the recommendations from our Board of Directors at our July 2022 meeting. They voted to request the $4 million ARPA funds that was allocated for mental health to be used to expand housing options for those individuals with mental health and substance use disorders by purchasing a property that was identified, renovating that property, and also renovating another property that is currently owned by the county. And then additionally, they voted to use the rest of the money to go towards the SPLOST project for the mental health facility that is the SPLOST project. With the renovations and purchase of an identified property, we were estimating that it would probably be about $2.5 to $3 million that would then go towards the SPLOST property. There are some things we're waiting to find out from DBHDD because the property that we were looking at purchasing has to be approved for a certain program to be able to be housed in that property. So this recommendation is aligned with our strategic plan goal, increasing and improving community partner engagement. That's an initiative that Evan is actually leading with our board. The outcome is clients experience no wrong door and clear communication from entrance to exiting services. So the outcome here is that this will increase access to services, and that also includes access to housing. So at this time, I would like to turn it over to Evan to let him expand on an overview of the SPLOST project, as well as speak to the gaps in funding that are challenges that we will face with the current project, the way it's funded.
Good evening, everyone. So, in this vein, I want to kind of refresh you your memory of the initial SPLOST project that we proposed. It feels like a decade ago. So we came in with the intention of a 60-bed residential complex. The vision is a phased approach. As you guys know, we are the safety net provider for this area based in Athens. We serve the Northeast Georgia region. That means that we serve those individuals that have burned many bridges, have multiple barriers to stability, and that's our mission, and that's who we target. With this proposal, with the SPLOST residential proposal, with a 60-bed, that would triple our existing capacity with the program that we're hoping to sort of put into, from a sustainability perspective, into this development. I will say, last year, as a result of, a lot of assistance from you guys, a lot of assistance from the state and federal funding sources, we housed a record number of individuals, special needs population, 544 households we provided housing for. And these are not your workforce development housing, folks. These are the special needs individuals with criminal records, with severe and persistent mental illness, with addictive disease, et cetera, et cetera. We did all that, and that's something that we really wanted to celebrate and tried to celebrate, but it's difficult to celebrate that when we still see the need that is out there, and we're still seeing the extent, and we're still having people come to our doors, and we're not able to house them because of the existing gaps that we have, the existing capacity that we have. So this is one of our attempts, speaking to that initial vision within our strategic plan, one of our attempts to continue to expand to meet the existing need of individuals that are seeking housing and supports. So you look at our continuum of housing, this phased approach of getting individuals into a place with 24/7 on-site support and supervision, synergized with our existing pavilion. It sits on 17 acres, 240 Mitchell Bridge. You see, and this is probably a diagram that many of you guys have seen before, but this is where we intend to have it. You can kind of look in the sort of the right area. I wonder if I could, yeah, there we go. Or no, you can't see my mouse. I can see it on my screen. You can't see it there. To the upper right there, you can see, buildings like, the 3 and 2 and 4, and that general area as we were looking at developing this place. This sits right with all of our outpatient groups, our clinical support. You see the crisis center, our 24/7 behavioral health crisis center, which current capacity is 30 beds with 8 additional beds at a 23-hour temporary observational unit, and 24/7 crisis walk-in. So you've got a lot of opportunity and potential to marry the existing services that we have within this facility with individuals that can be housed with on-site supportive staff in these programs. Do you have a question?
Yeah, can you tell me what the number 1 building is? Because it's outside of what is more what I consider the protective property.
Honestly, Commissioner Wright, that is, well, dare I say it's a pipe dream?
Bring it on, bring it on.
Number 1 is it's an administrative space.
Okay.
When we moved into this building, we realized it wasn't even big enough for what we've got right now. And I don't know if you guys can go over there at any point in time.
I'm familiar with it from 8 years on the school board.
Oh my gosh, yeah,
So,
yeah.
Obedient and I know it.
Oh, yeah,
I'm having chills
And
on
I'm
some of your
listening.
floor plan looking there.
That's, because, a lot of these, as you guys are well aware, a lot of these programs, there's a lot of administrative work, oversight. All of our programs are either locally funded, federally funded, state funded. We are audited almost every week by some organization or some oversight body that is making sure that we are doing this. And there's a lot of administrative, work that goes into making sure that we are, we can demonstrate and document that we are doing things the way that we should be doing them. So that's what number 1 is, to support that administrative
Thanks for
piece.
sharing that.
That's not included in this SPLOST thing,
Yeah,
just so
but
that you
that's
guys know. So anyway, that's kind of to visualize. This is the timeline to date. We are still very early in this process. The SPLOST user group was established back in June. At this time, and I'll go into the funding gaps in a little bit, but right now, we work with this group to develop an RFP to identify some architectural groups to look at what we can do. One with the existing 5.3 allocation with SPLOST, and 2 with the initial proposed amount, and then with housing costs and everything, development costs going. We sent out an RFP to a group of individuals. We had a good response back, and we've narrowed that list down to 4 total who interviewed today, and we're in the process of making the final decision probably this week on who that group will be. That group will start working on developing the plan, and basically, for lack of a better term, it's going to give us sort of a feasibility study on what we can and can't do and what we are looking at to help us better plan to demonstrate what it is that we need to do. I don't want to go into this, we don't want to go into this, this level of investment to build 15 beds. That's not going to make the impact that we want to make, and it's not nearly going to meet the need. So we're trying to get this, more our minds wrapped around this a little bit better, so that we can be smart about it, and do some really serious resource development around it. I added some pictures here just really quickly, just to kind of give you guys an idea. This is from a sister CSB in another part of the state that developed some housing programs that, we've got a great relationship with, to kind of give an idea of, the type of quality, the type of area and space we want, so that you guys know a large majority of our housing, actively right now at this point in time, we are providing housing support services for over 300 households. The majority of those are in scattered site residences. And those are, within communities that some are good, some are bad, or some are better than others, is what I will say. Within this particular project, we're hoping to be able to develop an area where we have the on-site staff. We can develop consistent and accessible services and support, skill development programs, substance abuse treatment programs, trauma-informed care, all of those kind of things within an environment that can support an individual's transition into independence, stable living, and, quite frankly, more of a contribution to our community. And so you can kind of see, how things can look. Looking at the funding gaps and shortfall, I think, you all are very well aware of what's happened within this community and within our country over the past 5 or 6 years. Costs have risen, supplies have decreased. It's just been something that we all get to deal with. And so, and that really, that speaks directly to some of the things that we intended to do. When we first put this in here, our initial request was $10.7 million. To develop a 60-bed facility. And that was back then. That was back during, before we've experienced everything that we've just experienced. Our current allocation right now is $5.3 million, for which we are eternally grateful, and we fully intend to do something with. But, that's part of what we or what I brought up earlier. Part of what the architectural group is going to help us do is determine what we can and can't do and where our specific funding gaps are. For the purposes of this demonstration, these are estimates. We estimate a 28% increase in our construction costs. There's increase in design and engineering, testing survey work. There's the floodplain. There is a floodplain that we're going to have to deal with over there, and how that might interfere with any of the construction, and parking considerations and things like that. So, based on that, we're looking at generally to do what we hope and want to do. We're looking at, our target is $14 million. So that gives us an $8.7 million gap. These are our ideas to do. As Tammy alluded to, there is the $4 million bucket that you guys designated for mental health services that can help offset and fill in, begin to fill in pieces of that gap. There's also the Georgia State Home Funds from the American Rescue Act, which is really cool, actually, because we are a participating jurisdiction, we get our own home funds. The state home funds typically don't come into this jurisdiction, but they've made that exception this time around, and we will be able to tap in and be competitive for those funds. Our staff have met with the Department of Community Affairs staff that's managing this program. They went through a long and drawn-out strategic planning process for which they've earmarked 10% of those funds for what they have determined as non-congregate shelter development, which is basically what we intend to do here. So we're looking at about $8.7 million in funding that we can apply for in a competitive process. As you guys know, none of this is guaranteed, but these are our intentions, and a lot of this is really trying to get ahead of what we can do. So we're hoping to, again, fill in that gap there. I'm expecting the RFP for that program to be released this month or next. We're not exactly sure. It really depends on DCA. And then we're going to be going through that process. And then, of course, as you guys well know, there's local CDBG public facilities funds, local home funds that we may research and go after. We've spoken with staff at HCD about possibilities. And then there's also the other bucketed funds, within the American Rescue Plan, be that the housing bucket or the homelessness bucket. Again, these are all competitive funds. put in an application, we'll, throw our hat in the ring, give our, our best chance, and then ultimately it'll be up to the independent review committees and ultimately you guys to determine whether that will be a possibility to help this process out. The way that we look at it, you look down at the bottom, the worst case scenario, I'm deeming this the worst case scenario, is that we look at a phased development approach so that we can do something with future development down the road. There will be, as you know, I've been a grant writer since I started work at the county since 2002, and there's always funding out there. It's a matter of looking and a matter of finding it, and that's what we are committed to doing. We do want to indicate we are committed to this. There's a huge need out there, and we are committed to doing what we can as part of our continuum to address that as best we can. So, to speak a little bit about the existing operations and sustainability, these funds, these are development funds. These are capital funds. We have, and one of the great things that I think really speaks to our strength and capacity with this development is that we have an existing continuum of housing supports. One of our things and one of our opportunities, I will say, is that Advantage has not done as good of a job at educating the community on the extent of what we do, how best to access our services, and who is eligible, all of those kind of things. So what we're hoping to do over the next period of time is to meet with each of you individually to kind of do as best we can to educate you guys on what we do and how to access those services. But I'm going to take 30 seconds max to go through. We have a range of housing supports that's short-term, medium-term, and long-term, and we have existing staff. Part of what we are planning to do with this development is leverage some of those existing programs that we are utilizing state and federal funds to occupy housing for, to expand the services and the staff capacity to be able to be housed within this development with existing state contracts and existing federal funding sources, which will be, that allows us to expand from the 20-bed capacity that we currently have now up to a 60-bed capacity and increase our staff capacity and support so that we can look at more intensive evidence-based treatment services and practices on a 24/7 basis. That is the ultimate goal. And I just want to end with this. This is all solution-focused, strengths-based. That's what we preach within our programs and staff is the opportunities here. We've got our 60 individuals. These are the highest need individuals, the highest barriers, the most visible, the folks that you see, the ones that are in and out of the hospitals, in and out of the jail systems, that we can't quite get into a stable place. That's what we're hoping to do and hoping to address. I will say, with those 544 households that we housed across our programs within the housing, we average between a 75-80% success rate. When I say success rate, I'm saying individuals who have graduated or exited or discharged these housing programs into independent, stable housing, either their own or they find another program, whatever that might be. But it's the 20 to 25% that are falling through the cracks, that we're not quite able to house, that we're not able to get into because they have so many additional barriers or other barriers. And with our work with local landlords and property owners, some of those barriers exist because of the nature of the system. With this might be a good way for us to, kind of get around that. And then you look at the 24/7 on-site supports, these leveraged resources that I hinted at with the pavilion at 240 Mitchell Bridge. All of these things, kind of combined together shows an overall benefit to the community when you look at the decreased hospitalizations and incarcerations. But it also allows these individuals a chance to find their confidence, a chance to find their, be empowered to participate in the community, to jump over that, because that's a big part of our work and quite frankly what keeps us going, because it's definitely not the pay. It's the ability for our folks to see the light come on and the spark happen when these individuals get it. And it still happens for me today. I run into individuals that used to be a client of mine 20 years ago, and they're like, Evan, and I don't recognize them. But that's what makes it all worth it. And that's what we hope to do with this, is to provide that opportunity for each of these individuals. So with that, I will stop talking and open it up to any questions, Tammy and I.
Questions for Evan?
just want to say thank you for your work. It's really important and really, really hard, and it's a challenge to our whole community, and I hope that we can reach into our coffers wherever we can to make this happen.
The others? Evan, we look forward to evolution of these programs. Appreciate it very much.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate the year.
Thank you. All right, everyone. Fourth item tonight is the 2020 SPLOST project, number one, space modernization. John Simoneaux is going to present the Judicial Center site alternatives analysis. And of course, this is following up on the presentation we had a month ago where we were trying to determine what the options were given some of those cost considerations that every project really of any size is going through right now. So, John, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for having me tonight to present. As the Mayor mentioned, I'll be walking through the alternatives analysis for the Judicial Center project. And so, as mentioned, the purpose is to update y'all on kind of the additional due diligence that has been done by the project team to bridge the gap between the program need and the project budget and recommend some next steps moving forward. So we'll run through history, budget, run through the alternatives analysis, and then quick summary and next steps. I put in the SPLOST project statement just for your reference. I'm not going to read through it. Same thing with the history. I put in a lot of history just to give you a background of how this alternatives analysis came about. So really when we realized the gap between the project funding and the project need as far as square footage, we had to think creatively about different alternatives to hopefully bridge that gap and get closer to the project budget that we have. So that's where this alternative analysis came from. There's been multiple iterations of it, and we've kind of landed on three major alternatives that we've looked at and we'll be presenting today. Just a quick update on the program. This was included in the last presentation, so I won't dwell on it, but this shows the existing courthouse square footage, the 2020 test fit that was done, and then the 2022 program and how that progressed over time. And then I also put in this slide again showing the factors that influenced that growth from 142,000 square feet to 172. So this shows each of the different factors that contributed there and the square footages that go with those factors. And just wanted to reiterate, there were a couple questions about going back to 142,000 square feet, but in developing the revised program with the design team, we really feel like 172,000 square feet accurately depicts the need of the judicial departments. In having met with them, discussed their operations and how they can operate efficiently in a new building, we believe that 172,000 square feet reflects the full need of the judicial departments. And these are kind of the factors that grew from that 2020 test fit. Now, the project budget, so you'll see at the top, the $76 million is the total project budget and how it's filtered out through the different categories. So you have expense and encumbered, that's mainly the design fees. And then you have the different categories that the project funds are spread across. You have 9.2 allocated for the renovation of the existing courthouse currently, and then 44.3 for construction of the new Judicial Center. And this slide was included in the last presentation, but just wanted to reiterate. So we have a project program of 172,000 square feet, which corresponds to a project budget of around $140 million. And at this time, staff does not know of any funding sources to provide sufficient funding to bridge that gap. And so we're operating under the assumption that we will have to work within the project budget that has been approved in previous SPLOST votes of $76 million. And so that's how we got to this alternatives analysis of trying to look at creative alternatives to bridge that gap between the project program and the funds that we have available. And so the three main alternatives that we have looked at are mentioned here: renovating the existing courthouse, expanding the existing courthouse into an adjacent right-of-way, or building a new building, or renovating an existing building in a phased approach on a new site. So I'll walk through those here now in more detail. The first being renovate the existing courthouse. So this idea was to take the existing footprint of the courthouse and renovate that to backfill in the judicial departments that we could fit, and move all other departments out of the courthouse into an alternate facility or different facilities across Athens-Clarke County. So the square footage of the renovation would be around 100,000 square feet, which is the square footage of the existing courthouse. And this would require splitting judicial functions, which is a common theme across all of the options. And then I have this chart here that shows some potential departments that would stay in that renovated courthouse and some that would have to move out. And this is just a first stab that was taken by the design team based on their past experience. Two main factors really that guided their decision-making on which departments were in versus out or in an alternate facility was efficiency of operations together, so departments that operate together stay together as much as possible, and then departments that require that transport of individuals in custody stay together to limit or to really make the sheriff's operations more efficient, and hopefully have him only transporting to one building and not multiple across the county. And so you'll see the spread of the different departments, ones that will stay in the renovated courthouse and ones that will move to the alternate facility in this option. This diagram shows really the standard for modern court design. So you'll see in the bottom in the yellow is the public transport corridor. In the middle you have the secure transport, and then in the back, the blue arrows, you have the private. So this is really the standard for safe courthouses. To have three different transportation circulations or three different circulation systems for the different individuals using the courthouse and not have mixing of the different departments or mixing of the different individuals in custody, staff, and also the public, and have them all have their own circulation corridors. And I mentioned this in this renovation of existing courthouse because this is one of the main factors that is a negative for this option, is that standard of new judicial center design is really difficult to achieve within the existing building footprint. And as the design team did more evaluation of that existing footprint and started to lay out how courts would fit within the existing square footage of the courthouse, it became apparent that the existing column layout and structural bays do not support a secure court operations within the existing building, which matches up with the 2018 space allocation study that was done in the past. So that was really the main factor that was a negative for this, as well as while this renovation is going on, court has to happen in an alternate location. So there were obviously large budget and coordination implications with that as this renovation is ongoing. The positives, on the other hand, would be you would retain that downtown location. It's an Athens-Clarke County owned property, and then parking is available right there. Option number 2 was to renovate and expand the existing courthouse into the East Hancock right-of-way. So this would entail renovating the existing facility mainly for the office functions, and then building an expansion off the back of the existing facility that would be around 80,000 square feet and would house mainly the courtrooms and secure holding in between those courtrooms. This would alleviate that issue of the structural bays not providing for that ideal layout. You would be able to have the courts and the holding in between and have that ideal court layout that you see in modern courthouse design. This would also require splitting judicial functions though. So you have some departments staying within the expanded courthouse. You obviously have a larger square footage, so you can fit more departments within that expanded courthouse, but you would also have departments that would have to relocate to another facility in the county. Yes.
Why are you considering the Hancock right-of-way rather than the Jackson Street right-of-way?
So this was done because that was just seen to be the most viable from an accessibility standpoint to keep that parking access, but other right-of-ways could be considered as well. This was just the one that we centered in on.
The sheriff department entered off of Jackson Street, and just the construction cost to modify that side with IT and technology on the western side. It would be too
Oh, I guess because
expensive.
the new building is on the back.
Yeah.
So this shows that footprint of the proposed expansion within the East Hancock right-of-way. And again, that would house mainly the court functions. The existing building would be renovated for mainly the office functions to support those courthouse or those courts within the expansion. Some of the positives are similar to the renovation of the existing courthouse. The negatives are still that not all departments will be able to fit within the expanded facility. And then the obvious ones of that expansion will require permanently closing that section of East Hancock, as well as relocation of utilities that are within that right-of-way. There's a lot of county utilities that run through that right-of-way that would have time and cost associated with relocating. And then that width of the right-of-way, we're limited as far as how deep we can go there. And so you can't get the ideal layout that you would get if you had a brand-new site to lay it out on. And then option 3 is building a new facility on a new site in a phased approach. So building as much square footage as we can now with the money that we have, and then having a site that will allow for expansion in the future and be able to house all the judicial functions, hopefully in the future. And so it's estimated based on our current budget that we can build around 90,000 square feet now, based on the current budget, which can fluctuate a little bit based on the departments that will fit into the existing or into the square footage. So you'll see in this option, you have the potential departments relocating to a new facility. So we would build a new judicial center that would house the functions shown on the left, and then the potential departments that would stay within the renovated courthouse. So in this option, because we're building a new building, we can backfill, renovate the existing courthouse, and put some departments within that footprint. And they're not having to relocate to alternate facilities across the county that we have not yet identified. And so some of the positives with this approach is that you're starting from scratch. You're building a new facility that is up to modern security standards. And then the phased approach would allow you to have all the judicial functions to be in the same location in the future. Some of the negatives are similar to other options, is that those judicial functions are split between the two facilities for the time being. Not all of the non-judicial Athens-Clarke County functions that were targeted to backfill the renovated courthouse will be able to relocate. So other departments across Athens-Clarke County won't be able to come back into the existing courthouse, at least at this time. And then there would be potential additional coordination for the sheriff to go to 2 different facilities if all the individual in custody transport can't go to one facility. And then the full site selection process just takes time, is another negative. One of the sites that we specifically looked into based on direction of the commission and the manager's office was the East Broad and Hickory site. This has been talked about a lot in the past, and so we did some additional due diligence on this site to see whether it really is a viable site for the new judicial center. And some of the positives of that site are that it is Athens-Clarke County owned. In our current budget, we have around $2 million for site acquisition, which could be rolled into the project budget. It has a close proximity to the existing courthouse, so you maintain that downtown location, and then close proximity to a lot of different multimodal transport. Some of the negatives are similar to the other phased approach option, and then some of the ones are unique to this site in that the site constraints, whether it's rock, stormwater, environmental, will have a dramatic impact on the cost and feasibility of this site. There's limited room for horizontal expansion due to that stormwater facility that is on the site at this time. And then there's challenges around the parking. If there is no parking deck on that site, the space for surface parking is limited, and our budget does not support a parking deck. So those are some of the main challenges. This gives you just an idea of how that building would lay out on the East Broad and Hickory site. You see in blue the stormwater management facility, and then in yellow, it's a little bit hard to see on this diagram, is the building footprint that we would aim for. And so that just gives you an idea of how it would lay out on that site. and gives you the idea of how the horizontal expansion is challenging, given that stormwater management facility would have to be reimagined in order to make it work. As a summary, the first two options we really feel limit the ability of Athens-Clarke County to meet the needs of the judicial departments due to the fact that you are only meeting a limited number of departments' needs at this time, and other departments will have to move to alternate facilities which haven't been identified at this point. And the recommendation of the team of the staff team is to continue moving forward with the site selection process. So move forward with option 3 of building a new building on a new site in a phased approach. And this will give us time to look into different sites across the county as we go through the process. There have been a bunch of sites throughout public engagement that have been talked about and mentioned. This will give us time to look into the viability of those sites, whether they're available for purchase, and whether they provide a great site for the new judicial center, and will really help us provide the best alternative for the judicial functions of Athens-Clarke County, in our opinion. So the next steps for this will be public engagement is wrapping up, so we'll incorporate that into the project concept and site selection criteria. And then on November 1st, there will be a vote for the project concept and site criteria. And included in that vote is the staff recommendation to move on to the next step of the site selection process. And that is the presentation, so I'll open it for questions, comments.
And John, just to kind of highlight an element of the previous slide, kind of before we move to questions, are those criteria already developed?
Yes, and so the criteria are developed. Those are what I presented during the last presentation, and those will be the criteria that the sites are weighed against for the new judicial center.
Okay.
And John, that the approval of that criteria is in the forthcoming agenda item for the November vote.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Mike.
Okay, thank you, Kelly. Thank you, John. I was wondering about that criteria as well, just to make sure, and I'll go back and look at those slides from the other one. I will say this though, when you look at the chart, if you go back to the chart where you have the total square footage that everybody needs, set somewhere at the beginning. Yeah, there you go, that one there. So if you look at it, you know, the SPLOST vote was on 142,000 square feet. And I'm not sure why we went back and asked people, is this going to be adequate enough? Because the answer is always going to be no, and that we need more space. And I'm not sure how many employees we've hired that requires an extra almost 30,000 square feet. But if you look at the total building, I mean, right now at the 2020 numbers, you've got 116,000 square feet, and you've added 25% onto that for just grossing factor, whatever that means. So in essence, really your 2020 numbers is getting to the total department gross area needs that you say you need for 2022. So I guess I would argue, let's keep looking at that 145,000 square foot number, because that's one that was 142 was voted on in the SPLOST package from that standpoint, and it still meets the 2022 numbers if you're looking at that. So I guess it's just a matter of how you are defining gross factoring, grossing factor. But but the second comment I would make is I'm glad you said that none of those other one or something like that would work. I'd hate to see it close off the back of Hancock, and if you looked at it, it would just, you'd dead into a building. And I also think, I'm sure part of the criteria that we're going to be voting on is to make sure that the courthouse is safe. That's the whole point of us doing this, is to make sure that we have a functioning courthouse that has all the parties involved in a facility where it's going to be safe for everybody. And when we have to start separating people out in two different locations, it may not, you're going to have to factor in the safety of it. If you put the DA in one area of a separate building that doesn't have the same safety features as the courthouse does, then that's not providing adequate safety for the DA's office or solicitor's office or whoever. I would suggest this. I know we're looking for dollars to help us finish this, but you know, the current courthouse is a perfectly good courthouse for offices. Let's look at that $9 million. I know it's not going to help build it, but shrink the gap, but it'll shrink it at least by $9 million. I mean, there's no reason we couldn't revisit that and say, the tax commissioner and tax assessor are still going to stay in the same building they're at, so we don't have to worry about moving them. And the other parts of the building are offices, basically, that people could utilize. So I don't see if we're running short on dollars, we need to look at that $10 million that we're going to spend to renovate the existing courthouse for a municipal center. If it still functions as, a municipal center is just basically some offices and some meeting rooms. And I don't think we're going to be renovating the old courtrooms. Why? I hope not. They've got some history behind them, and I just think they could be used as good meeting rooms. But we'll get into that later. But I think you see where I'm going, Manager Williams. I hope is if we're looking for extra dollars, don't cut out the programming and the criteria for the Judicial Center. Let's look more at the municipal center and what we can work with in those confines, and then go from there. And we still need to find some more dollars, of course, but maybe something will come up. So
I think there's some merit. There could be some dollars clawed back from the $9 million budget,
and for the land acquisition, especially if we look for land that we own downtown.
But
he said $2 million in that, so that's $11 million right there.
There are some offices, of course, there are courtrooms there too, which are, big uses of space within.
Mm-hmm.
So if you wanted to convert the courthouse, the existing courthouse to an office building, there would need to be some renovations in there because of the courtrooms.
I know that,
Yeah.
but I don't know if there needs to be $10 million worth.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
And one note on the grossing factor. So the total department area really represents and Earl, who's the project architect, can probably describe this a lot better, but that represents the office space that the DA needs, and then that grossing factor builds out that circulation, so the hallways that are used to transport between those two offices, the elevator cores, some of those major circulation.
Right.
That's
Lobby, common areas.
Lobby, common areas.
I guess I would still contend, though, let's stick with the 2020 numbers and then go and see what we can get with that, and knowing that, because we've added on to this courthouse many times, a couple of times, I believe, or did some things with. I know one big, huge addition to it, so it's not uncommon to build something, then have some needs later on where you need to add to it, and go from there. But I was going to make another point. I forgot. Kelly, you might, if I can remember. Just thank you.
Allison?
Mike touched on several of the points. I'm glad we went through this exercise and are still looking for a site, because I really am, in my mind, the depth of studying we did and learning what is a modern, safe judicial center is really a driving point for me. And it could be that to help us with some of this funding, and I guess it's a staggered approach, I understand, but the departments that could move into the existing courthouse once we get them moved out to the new one is property we want to sell. So maybe we could dust off our existing inventory of properties, start looking at what would be the realistic high sell ones to help us build up a budget for this transition. Our awesome we've got properties that people are paying $1 rent on, and they might be better used somewhere in the public market. I think that can help us with this, but again, whatever list of properties we had, whatever point that is, those assessments have changed too. So, that's a whole nother formula that can help us with this if we do indeed get the groups that work together in this arena, literally, and move them to the new site, even if it's in phases, because of that interconnectivity. And if we're downtown, we've already got parking decks, because that's an issue, because like you say, parking's not part of any of this. So, a little time, and then maybe while we're doing that, looking at what funding we can get from our existing properties that would be vacated by the space after it's renovated and modernized. We've been studying this for a long time, and I know we have to keep everybody up on all the phases of it that we studied, but that's enough for me. Thanks.
Yeah, I'm wondering if this project is being considered in the context of the North Downtown project. You know, I'm wondering if there's potential for shared parking there, and that project included some envisioning beyond the housing component. The Doherty Street building is right there, which has a lot of vertical potential. It's still downtown, and I'm just hoping that we can, maybe there's some cost savings to be had there, you know, through some of that shared infrastructure.
Yep, and that was one of the reasons for recommending to go through the full site selection process. Is during the last mayor and commission meeting, there were sites that were thrown out that we don't have the time at this time to look at, but as we go through the site selection process, weigh them all against the criteria, those will all be taken into consideration as we go through the process and give us more time to look into those options, as you mentioned.
John, I can't remember exactly from when we went through that other presentation, but is the item we're going to vote on in November, does that include that sort of the geographic area in there?
It does.
Okay, so that's also an important thing where we had the,
Correct.
what are the highly wanted, all the different kinds. The other thing is on option 3, on this one here, and you probably said this, but the new facility of the 90,000 on this selected site yet, is that using, like the second bullet point says based on current budget, does that leave then no money for the renovation, or does that include some money for the renovation?
So that would be just the money set aside for the new Judicial Center. So there's $44 million set aside for the construction of the new Judicial Center. If you were to use all of that $44 million, it would get you around 90,000 square feet,
Okay,
which still
so then
leaves
the
9.2.
second part, potential departments staying in renovated courthouse, that renovated, we don't have any money for?
We have 9.2 set aside for the
Okay,
renovation of
okay,
the existing
got it.
courthouse.
Yes, I wish someone would play the lottery and donate some money, because I really do just want to get this right and do just one building instead of shared building for security purposes, and for the fact that we introduced this to the people, and the people wanted a new courthouse, a single stop shop or whatever place, but you know, currently it looks like option 3, due to our budget, it's going to be our best option while we secure more funding. I did talk to Manager Williams about other option funding, and some of the constituents have asked about bonding. Bonding is not really a good option for us to do. It's just expensive, and it can lower our rating, which increases our interest rates. Did I say that right? So, but I just have a lot of constituents who are like, can y'all shake some pennies somewhere to just, 'cause a lot of people do just want, and I'm quite sure the judges as well, and people utilize courthouse, just want to get it right the first time. And but it just looks like option 3 would be our best option that we have for right now, and we will just continue the site selection committee and trying to find an appropriate site. But I do have a question on page 9, when the project budget, and thank you, Commissioner Hamby, you were spinning on all cylinders, so that's really good. You were spinning on all cylinders, so the question you asked. So I believe at our last meeting, site meeting, we talked about maybe adjusting some of the numbers. And I remember Commissioner Link asked about the furniture and fixtures. Maybe not need the $8 million for land acquisition, but if we go with the $142,000 2022 money suggestion, how close can we get to building that facility?
So we're still well short of the 140,000 square foot. I don't have that number in front of me, but we are short of the funding needed to reach that 140,000 square feet. And one note on the FF&E number, I know that was mentioned the last time around, that seems high. That also includes the IT, AV, security aspects of the building, which there's a lot of those aspects in a judicial center. And so we feel that is even maybe a low number for the furniture, fixtures, and equipment for the new building.
Jesse?
Yeah, I appreciate the slide. I think it's slide 8, page 4. That comes right after the programming slide, and it breaks down the columns there. So I don't know if you want to pull up. I think it's PDF page 4. Yours looks like mine does. Yeah. There's the spreadsheet, the header programming. Yeah. And the slide right after it kind of enumerates very generally the totals for what we're looking at for Y. I feel like it might be helpful to see that, if possible, broken out as like an extra column on the previous slide, this slide. Yeah. Sorry. I can't click the same things you can, but, because it's just striking to me that, some people or some departments, some offices are showing a decrease and some are showing an increase, and it's hard to make sense of why that is. And when we're kind of in our heads plotting out which things are must have versus nice to have, I feel like that would be helpful for seeing that explanation.
Yeah,
and then we would know who to ask if we wanted more detail around what. You know what I mean?
Yep, we can certainly break that out of where those increases came from.
And the decreases, right? I mean,
and the decreases, correct.
Decreased because don't need this office. Increased because have 5 new staff members, or whatever it is.
Yep.
Yeah.
Tim?
Thank you. Yeah, so my questions are on like options 1 and 2, the renovation. Are we talking about using the full 44 million to pull off that renovation?
So
Or what would the cost be
for
for
the
that?
one that's just renovating the existing facility, we don't have a final budget number, but that would likely be below the 44 million that we have set aside for the construction of the new facility. So those other funds could be used in another way.
Okay. And what about option 2? Because I see they know basically the expansion on top of option 1 would actually add just an additional 26,000 square feet. Would that be costing the full $44 million just to get that?
Let me flip to that really quickly. So this expansion shown in yellow on that figure right there is around 16,000 square foot footprint with 5 stories. So that would come out to around 80,000 square feet. And so the cost associated with building that square footage would be around 42 million-ish. And then you would have money for the renovation of the existing courthouse as well. So it would
okay, so that expansion, how much square footage would that?
around, and this is very preliminary, but around 80,000 square feet.
Okay, because maybe I wrote it down wrong, but the previous slide I thought it said just like a total square footage of 134,000 square feet for.
So that is for the departments that are going into the existing, and this could shake out a little bit differently. If more departments were able to fit in that facility, we would certainly fit them, but that initial layout is 134,000.
Okay. I guess I'm confused because option 1 said it was 108,000 square feet, and that's without the expansion. And if the expansion was adding 80,000 square feet,
right?
I'm not sure how we get to 134.
That likely has to do with upping the circulation within the building. I don't know if Earl, do you have an answer for? Yep, so based on the grossing factor and building out the circulation within that existing facility more, you wouldn't get the full 180,000 square feet from that new facility.
Seems like that's a lot more grossing. Yeah, okay.
Yep.
All right. Yeah, that's a little puzzling to me. Because I guess I was thinking that, if we were able to spend that full money, I also want to go to option 3, but if there was a way that we could do the expansion in a way, in a different direction, possibly into the breezeway that we have there, or, we look at what's going on with the arena and some pretty creative aspects of doing, air rights, building over parking decks and such. It doesn't seem like we're using quite the same creative takes on this, or maybe, I don't know, maybe that parking deck is not suitable for us to build on top of, but I would be more interested if there was other ways that we could possibly do expansion and harvest more of that 80,000 square feet to be able to use to get us closer to the end goal. I'd be more interested in possibly doing that, especially if we were able to do it at some kind of savings, but, yeah. I mean, do we feel like that there was no other possible expansion direction outside of?
The East Hancock right-of-way was the most obvious. I won't say that there was no other expansion possibility. We could certainly look at other options around the existing courthouse.
Melissa?
Yeah, heading in that direction, I'm just wondering if any consideration is being made for possibly demolishing the existing parking deck and expanding that way, and then maybe considering expansion onto Jackson Street for parking. I mean, that's probably the ugliest parking deck downtown.
That actually was considered. So that was in our initial look at all the different options that we could look at. The parking deck was talked about as being demolished, using that site for expanding the existing facility. But given the challenges with parking downtown and the lack of other facilities to use for parking, and that our budget does not support a parking deck, that option was ruled out for those reasons without doing more of an in-depth look at it.
I would suggest if you go to the user group minutes from this Judicial Center, you'll see a lot of that in those minutes.
Yeah.
Just one more comment. Just again, we're talking about we're looking at all possibilities, which has been said over and over again, and we're at a different situation now, a little bit more dire, a little bit more less selective. I know it wasn't perfect when we looked into it, but when Commissioner Neesmith was with us, he talked about the mall quite a bit, the Macy's and such. I know there was like potential security issues, but we're hearing the same thing about some of these options here too. And just knowing that there's the mall redevelopment happening and stuff. I mean, heck, if we're talking about everything is back on the table to try to figure out how to do this, might be a good time to open up that cookie again there. So
Might be looking for some Star Trek style transporter tubes too.
From the jail.
Russell.
The courthouse plays such an important role in the downtown environment of this community that, I do appreciate the looks at renovating and expanding, and, the fact that, I'd hate to think that maintaining this old parking deck might thwart just, we're trying to build buildings for people. We're trying to create a safe courthouse, and I guess car storage is going to carry the day. I don't know. But I certainly would be open to exploring getting rid of a portion of that deck, maybe shoring up some of it, shearing off some of it. I mean, our courthouse is an important asset, and to see it maybe going to the hinterlands, the boonies has been said before, but we can learn from other communities. I mean, Jefferson did this. They had this beautiful downtown courthouse, and they went and put it out in a cow pasture, 5 or 6 miles from town, and it's completely changed the whole character of that city. And the lawyers and judges complain all the time. We have a robust legal community with offices all over downtown. Messing around with this courthouse and moving it far out it's a big risk for this county. So, thank you.
All right, be looking for more. There's an agenda report forthcoming. One more item, Commissioner Myers, I have got to go, unfortunately. I'm going to ask you if you wouldn't mind just taking over administration for the last item, which is the new view of the Hickory Street deck.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I was close. I said 10 o'clock.
Presenter for this one.
I didn't keep talking about this damn parking deck.
I know if I see that.
Good evening.
Hotel
Cramer. Am I able to go ahead and present?
I think that Mayor Gertz will give you instructions in just a moment, but you are now called to order, and we'll be ready here momentarily, so stand by. Oh, Commissioner Myers.
Yeah, right. Right. Mayor Gertz had to leave, so I'm taking over here. Commissioner Myers is Mayor Pro Tem, and I think we're ready to turn it over to Mr. Cramer for the presentation of the Hickory Street parking deck.
Yes, and he's presenting, obviously, virtually tonight. Todd has walked back there. He's going to put the presentation up there, and we'll walk it through. Paul, it's up now, so you go ahead and start and let us know when you want to change slides.
Okay. I think I may have control of the slides,
Okay.
but first let me say thank you very much, especially for letting me do this remotely. We are at a conference where we are, believe it or not, beginning to sell the new arena as we speak. So tonight I'm here to talk to you about the Hickory Street parking deck, but hopefully you'll see where this does tie into the arena and the connectivity of the arena and what is really becoming an entire district in this area. Was I able to advance the slide?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Okay, good. So our purpose tonight is really to request the approval of the development of the Hickory Street deck, to share with you the inspiration of the new development that will happen in and around the arena, which obviously will increase the value of our tax allocation district, provide for joint use of this parking deck, really a way that we can make 1 and 1 equal 3, if you would, 3 different uses of this one deck, update plan of financing, request for mayor and commissioners' approval of a revenue bond. I think it's important to note the last time I presented, we were talking about the mayor and commission standing behind that bond with full faith and credit of the unified government. And in this presentation, that will not be the case, which I'll explain a little bit later as we get into the presentation. Obviously, this, like the last time, will provide in and around the arena considerable amount of new housing and a variety of different housing. And our developer is willing to put a portion of that to workforce housing, as well as incorporating the condominiums and the needed hotel rooms coming into this. We'll still get the visitor impact, the 33 million expected from the increased visitation coming in, the increased overnight rooms that will be staying here, the jobs that would be created, and the taxes that would be generated off the visitors. But in addition to that, because we're developing the area around it, we are anticipating, I would say very conservatively, $240 million of new development will be coming into this area, which obviously is going to create jobs and considerable amount of new revenue for the tax allocation district. This new Hickory Street parking deck does so many things kind of all at one time. With this plan I'm presenting tonight, we would be able to start out with a minimum wage of $15.85 an hour. It would connect our downtown to the river district. It would be designed all to be at that same elevation and have a beautiful pedestrian plaza, which also serves as a major egress coming out of the new arena. The deck is being designed so that it could exit very quickly both on Hickory and on Willow Street, would provide for a podium slab, which simply means that you would be able to build on top of this deck. And I think you'd find that you'd be able to build on top of the deck fairly reasonably. That could be used for office space, could be used for additional entertainment options in this district. Would have three-way joint use of the deck, maximize the community asset, and certainly incorporate some of the kinds of entertainment options that all of the community would be able to participate in. This is an updated look at a master plan of what has now been presented to our board from the development team. And I just want to point out, as you look at East Broad Street coming in, I thought this was very creative. They're actually envisioning almost like a Krog Street market, which would have loft apartments that would go above these areas, and then they'd be doubling the size of the existing parking deck, and then building condominiums on top of that. What I'm referring to is area 3 and 5. And then area 2 would be a large entertainment area that the developer would want to have, and it would be actually increasing the size of the pedestrian access right in front of the arena. And then you would see the parking deck on the other side of Hickory Street, which I think it's important to say has always been looked at to exit people out of the arena in that direction. And then number 6 would be a new hotel property, which would exceed 200 rooms. And going back towards the theater, you see number 8, which would be a condo, which could, it would be an Airbnb condo that would be going in there. So it's a very high density. It would bring a lot of people into this area and really enliven this whole area all the way to the river. As with last time, we still have 3 options. Option A is to go forward and build the parking deck and allow for the egress to the east through the parking deck, through a series of stair tower and elevator. I should mention the elevators would be large enough for bicycle as well, so that people that were on the elevation of Thomas Street could be able to transition through and get down towards the river. Option B really anticipates building the bridge over Hickory Street, not building the parking deck at this time, but having the stair and elevator tower that would allow you to get down and help us with the egress issue. And then the hope would be that you would build the deck somewhere in the future. And then option C would be to build the stair tower and elevator that would be required for egress right on the south face of the arena, directly in front of the multimodal transportation, and you'd be exiting those people, keeping them to the west side of Hickory Street. Just another look at the parking deck and the bridge that would go over. It is a relatively simple deck. The entertainment districts, I would say, are really inspired from Politan Row and Krog Street, Pond City, and the Battery, just to name a few. This funding package, what we did was we still said that it would be 500 spaces. We did increase the cost to be able to take into consideration the project management as well as the fees that would be needed to architectural fees and such. And then for the current funding sources, we would have the upfront funding from the property swap that we spoke of in our last meeting, We would still have the $2 million from the previous bond. And then we do have a letter of intent that the developer would be willing to invest $10,170,000, which is their fair share of that parking deck. And then upfront funding from the food and beverage and entertainment piece, which was not added in the last rendition of this, which would mean we still have to finance 9.4, almost 9.5 million. And if we were to do that on a bank loan, we would anticipate 5.5%, probably a 20-year AM, which means that we would need 780,000 annually. But we would have the revenue, the land lease from the 2.8 acre tract. We would have the revenue from the 25% of the tax allocation district, leaving 75% to go for other community needs. We would have the special district revenue coming in from the 2.8 acre tract. We would have the air rights from the food and beverage entertainment area, which would be another 200,000 annually. And then the hotel parking fee, which again was included in the letter of intent from the developer, understanding that we would manage the deck on behalf of the hotel as well. And then add back in the parking revenue the Classic Center itself would earn, would give us enough revenue to cover the loan from the note payment of 780, as well as have the funds needed to raise our wage to that $15.85 an hour and provide a bit of coverage for this loan as well. As I mentioned last time, the construction on the arena is really beginning to become accelerated, and we are going to have to make a decision as to option A, B, or C relatively soon, so that we can have proper egress of the arena as we move forward. So budget information, last we spoke, we talked about the possibility of Mayor and Commission providing 2.8 acre tract of land, which really does help us make this all work. Mayor and Commission provides the land to build the deck upon, which we've always talked about the deck going there, but we've never talked about the land coming over to the authority to be able to make that happen. Mayor and Commission to approve the ability for the Classic Center to borrow the funds, even if you're not going to stand behind the funds with full faith and credit. Our authority requires us to ask the Mayor and Commission to borrow funds prior to doing it. Mayor and Commission is not being asked in this scenario to stand behind with the full faith and credit. I've mentioned that a couple times. Classic Center to get financing with repayments come in from the revenue from the deck, special district, tax allocation district, and other things I've gone through. Assumptions is that the closing date of the financing would be December of 2022. Classic Center would agree to cover the loan payments. Classic Center would agree to manage the deck and agree to pay the $15.85 an hour. So on a timeline basis, really we're kind of describing that concept to you today. On October 25th, Classic Center would approve this, and then November 1st we would come back and the Commission would be asked to allow the Classic Center to borrow the funds. And then December we borrow the funds and advance with finishing up construction. So next steps in order to make this happen would be to transfer the property, to direct the TAD Advisory Board to review the allocation, working towards 25% of the TAD going into this financing model. approval of the financial special district, finalizing an IGA with the property also above the rail line being provided the Classic Center, so we can earn money on that with our development partner, and then approve the ability for the authority to borrow the funds, as I had previously mentioned. So with that, I'll open up for questions.
Thank you, Paul. Do I have some questions from my colleagues here? Commissioner Link?
Yeah, Paul, thank you for this presentation. I'm still having a little bit of consternation about the 25% of the TAD allocation. And I know that, you know, a great deal of that TAD money will be generated by this development. I'm just wondering what's the possibility of getting that down a little. The purpose of the TAD is, you know, for direct community benefit, particularly to the East Athens community. And I'm just wondering if we could somehow get that down a little bit. I also have, I'm wondering if you've been involved at all in the conversations about the Judicial Center and site selection. We just had a presentation on it. I'm not sure if you were able to listen in on it, but I kind of wonder if maybe some cahoots could happen, because it's looking like the Hickory site for the Judicial Center is increasingly unviable.
Yeah, I only heard about half of that, but let me take
Speak into
the
your microphone
tax
too,
allocation
Melissa.
district first, if I may. I think your point is correct, that there is a considerable amount of lift that is coming into this tax allocation district because of the developments that are happening in and around. But I think if you'll think about it even broader, there are certain things that I hear you. I've been listening to the Mayor and Commission all night tonight since about 5:30. So, you know, just remember some of the major points are that, you know, we are going to be extremely sustainable with this project, and you're having the solar piece come toward you very, very soon. You know, the living wage is coming through with this. I mean, you're doing a lot of things that you wanted to do as a part of this, and I think, you know, as you look at the financial model, I think 25% is going to be required in order to make the numbers work with what we have.
The second part of my question was about the Judicial Center, and I know that there was kind of a vision for the Judicial Center to go, you know, adjacent to all this development and to share that parking deck. And it's looking like that's increasingly unviable. We had a little bit of discussion about, you know, the existing parking deck for the courthouse is a site for expansion, but that would remove the parking during the expansion. I'm just wondering if you've had any conversation with folks on that site selection committee to maybe get creative about providing parking for the courthouse if they were to expand on site.
So what I probably should have mentioned is thought about with this is the 300 parking spaces of the 500 that would be used for the arena evenings and weekends. Certainly, if the Judicial Center were to be placed here, I would anticipate the Judicial Center utilizing those 300 spaces during the day, and then we would utilize them in the evening and the weekends. So I do think if they decided to put the Judicial Center there, there would be, you know, an advantage to that. I think the other piece is that we've designed this deck so that you could build on top of the parking deck. So if there were to be offices or something of that nature that needed to go on top of the parking deck, the first right of refusal for that would be obviously the Judicial Center. if that were to all work out.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hool had a question, then Commissioner Jensen.
Yeah, thank you, Paul, for suffering through our many hours long work session and still being with us and
No,
for all
it
your
was
work
good.
before now. My questions are about the jobs figure and the wage. So I just wanted to clarify, the slideshow says 15 an hour, but I've heard you say 15.85. And so I just want to be clear that we're talking about 15.85 for all employees of the Classic Center, part-time and full-time, arena and otherwise?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then as far as the jobs figure, I'm just curious how that 600 jobs that are created, how many of those are directly with the Classic Center? How many are with other jobs shown in the facilities that are kind of laid out on slide 7? And how many are created, elsewhere in the community as a result of the project?
So, I would have to say that we're probably going to add about 100 employees total to the Classic Center itself. But I think there is a commitment from our developer as he's developing the hotel to pay very comparable wages that I'm talking about here. And we've reviewed that a couple of times with them as we've gone forward. But I think you're going to see those other jobs will be created in all of this entertainment district, as well as I think you'll see other hotel properties evolving because of the demand that's going to come in from the arena.
Okay, and you said that the conversation with the hotel employer, they've indicated they would pay very comparable wages. Is there a plan to include a provision in any leasing contracts with those on-site folks, such as the hotel or the residential condo, to have a 15.85 wage floor?
Yes, the mayor had set up a property committee, and this developer is sort of the heir apparent to be able to move forward. But there will be one more committee meeting, and I think Melissa Link is on that committee. I think Blaine is on that committee. I think the mayor is on that committee. So I think those are the things that we want to make sure are contractually tied up with them as we move forward, so that you're certain of what their wages are going to be going forward.
Thanks.
Yeah, just briefly, and I think this, and appreciate you being with us here, Paul. And but I think this is more to staff and maybe just the attorneys and just where I'm at a little bit. I don't really have an issue as much with the 25% of the TAD, if that's what it requires. Again, my concern, which I've said this last time, was I just want to make sure that we're shoring up that other 75% that is definitely being reserved to have more direct and explicit community benefit being used for it. And so I guess I would hope that we can work out the request, I guess the resolution or whatever it's going to be when we send it to the TAG committee, asserting that we want the other 75% restricted to go explicitly to community benefit. And what I would like to see also is even an ask for it to be used for childcare, as was in the SPLOST description. But I think that falls more on our responsibility than it does any responsibility of Paul or the Classic Centers.
Correct, but thank you.
Well, the advisory committee, of course, that part of their reason for being is to help determine for that particular TAD area or district that what would be beneficial projects to be funded or needs. And then that's all recommended to you ultimately to decide how to use those funds. But we'd certainly use the advisory committee, look to them to provide recommendations on that.
But I guess to get clarification, that part of this is that we're being asked to put a request into the advisory committee?
Well, I would be careful to not preempt the work of the committee.
Right.
The Classic Center Authority is attempting to find ways to finance this considerable investment, and to the point that you made, it is driving a additional value in the district that could be used in other parts of the district. And knowing that the TAD Advisory Committee, which I think the mayor has named, but they haven't been meeting in earnest, is lagging the needs here, makes it a bit of a, process on how we get through that and what you tell them. This is the Classic Center Authority's recommendation on how to bring several different revenue sources together to finance the deck. So, you don't want to preempt the work of the committee, but like most advisory committees, you can give them some guidance on what you feel like is some guardrails or parameters that you would like to see. I mean, you wouldn't want them to go through a whole exercise and then them come and y'all say, well, that's not what we want, we're going to do this. So I think some iteration is healthy between the two. And in this case, if you adopted a resolution or took an action along these lines, solidifying this pro forma, if you will, then we would carry that to the TAG committee and say, look, there's going to be X amount of dollars driven here. It's that but-for standard with TADs, right? But for this, it won't happen.
Right.
And so it's sort of the converse of that. But for the deck and the arena development, you wouldn't get the peripheral development. I don't know if that helps or not.
Yeah, I think we're there. Just, we can try to figure out a way forward on it. Yeah.
I had a question myself. I don't see any of my colleagues here. Paul, so I just wanted to ask some things to check on that nice drawing. I like that updated drawing. I just wanted to ask, there's that Airbnb hotel. Could you elaborate on that? And then is all the yellow on that picture in that new drawing, is that all from this yet unnamed, entertainment district developer? Or I'm a little unclear on that.
Yeah, I can clear both those up. There's, as you know, they have recently, Airbnb is just growing very, very fast, and this idea of an Airbnb hotel was actually, I think, first done in Nashville, and it was quite successful. And so that is what they are contemplating, putting directly above the auto bridge between the Classic Center and Banner Hero. You actually see it wrap around the backside of the fly loft of the Performing Arts Center. So that's where that would go. And yes, this development group has we've gone out for bid. We had two major players that responded to those bids, and I would classify this developer as the apparent awardee, but they need to finalize some things and bring back to that property committee what the finalized numbers are and what they're going to do, and then we need to work out that development agreement between us and them to be able to move forward.
Okay. The other question I have, again, maybe it's also for Manager Williams, the process here, you're looking for action from us by December, our November voting meeting?
Great question.
I think that was what we reviewed.
So go ahead, Paul. I'll answer after you.
So I'll be brief. What's really driving the urgency is that, remember, our pedestrian plaza is elevated. And so we have, let's say, 7,000 people that will exit a concert. And as they exit going out to Foundry, there's a very easy, identifiable egress. But as they exit and they head towards the east, we need a way to safely, by fire code, get them off of there.
Yeah, no, I'm totally good on that, Paul. It's actually the fact that there's all this
I can
it's
answer it.
the financing. It seems like there's like, we're not sure about this Airbnb, we're not sure about this, we haven't talked to the TAD, and so, I mean, how that's
Sure.
going to work.
I'll take a stab at it. So, as Paul was alluding, there's a number of things that need to happen in the near future. The most immediate of which is a change order approved with the contractor to construct one version of the stair, whether it's the bridge and the stair terminates or what have you, which is informed by the parking deck decision. If you're going to build a parking deck at some point in the future, then you go ahead and go for the bridge, which is more expensive, but you're paving the way for the future. If you have no interest in a parking deck, then that would, we would just go with the stair and move on. So it's sort of like looking in the future, but the contractor's at the point where they've got to pour the foundations for the stair wherever it's going to be. So that is the most immediate need. Now, close behind that is if the parking deck is going to be constructed in a fashion that would come online at the same time that the arena comes online, then we're pretty much at that point now. So we have asked the Classic Center Authority to observe our mayor and commissioner approved SPLOST process, and so y'all had already given approval for a concept a while back for us to investigate that and do some design work. This deck is larger than what you approved, and so I've just out of an abundance of caution said, let's come back through, have the commission ratify the latest version of this concept, which comes with a financing proposal, which Paul's gone through. So between the stair, the change order for the stair, approving the concept for the parking deck, and giving some direction on the financing, I think those are the major pieces of an agenda item that would come to you at the November voting meeting.
I would, I'm in favor of constructing the stair attached to the building. Just what I see in the drawings here, I like the idea of having, multiple users from the street level to be able to access this arena as opposed to having to go through the parking deck to be able to then cross the bridge and then go into the arena. To me, it just seems like, let's attach the stair right next to the arena. You come out of the arena, you go down the stairs in the elevator. You want to come to the arena, you approach by whatever way, either on foot, on bicycle, maybe you park your bike at the bottom there and come up the stairs. So that's how I'm feeling on this one.
Good.
But
Commissioner Bright?
Isn't that in the ask to make it adaptive for the next use?
Paul, would you go back to
clarify, 'cause I wanna make
three
sure-
different versions of the stair? So those are the three different stairs. The original master plan, what was envisioned was the stair over to the tower. I think option B, Paul, has a bridge and a stair that goes down to the, so you don't have to go through the parking deck, so it's a hybrid. And then you have option C, which is what Commissioner Edwards was alluding to, is the pure attached stair.
Yes, option B sort of anticipates that one day in the future, somewhere down the road, you would build the rest of the parking deck. So we would work to make sure that the stair and elevator tower go in the right spot.
And what's the recommendation of the Classic Center Authority of these three options that you've covered?
Obviously, even though it's going to cost us more, we are recommending option A. We think that for a lot of reasons, it's our highest and best option, because we think that will benefit the hotel. It will benefit any future development that takes place out towards East Broad, and it will be the easiest method of egress that we have. Not to mention, Commissioner Edwards, you're right, people could come out and go straight down, but then they've got to cross Hickory Street, And, you know, the transportation center is right there, and the buses are fairly regular. I believe it's every 5 minutes. So the reason we originally wanted to cross Hickory at the elevated spot was to not impede any of the traffic that was happening down on Hickory.
Thank you. And so I think also what we're saying is on the agenda item, are we also having a vote on which option that's not included in those last two slides, or is that?
Yes, each of those options has a different price point. So we'll convey to you what the recommendation is from the Classic Center Authority as a recommending body, and then you could choose which one as a body you would want to pursue.
Yeah, and I'll follow up with my other questions with you when we're all more awake. Thank you. Anyone, any questions? Can we wrap up? Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Paul. And
thank you all.
Thanks, Paul.
Have a good rest of your conference wherever
Good
you
luck
are.
selling the arena.
Okay.
I mean,
Thank you.
selling the use of it. My bad.
I understood. Thank you.
Bye, Paul.
You know what? Come on, let's go. Let's go. We're gonna-
Yes.
But my question really is, like, at the end it says, approve the ability to borrow funds, and on that pro forma.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
It's an agreement.
All in favor?
Yeah.
Aye.
We took the vote at the beginning.
I thought we did take, we
And
took
then
that
maybe
vote
close
at
off
the
some
beginning.
street parking for a judge.
Jeff?